Good evening, football fans. Vision 04 and Renegade 8780 here. We were curious to see how close to real life the new NCAA 25 video game could be. So this weekly video series will follow three college teams, the Texas Longhorns, the Oklahoma Sooners, and the Nebraska Huskers, through their 2024-25 schedule, simulating each game via the built-in AI. This is the current week's games and our predictions for the winners of each one. Welcome to week 8 of our AI predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a quick recap as to what happened last week, we had one singular game. Nebraska was on a bye week, and the Texas Longhorns went against the Oklahoma Sooners in the Red River rivalry. The AI game predicted that Texas was going to win 30-33. Texas was going to lose 30-33. So the Sooners were going to win. That's what AI predicted. But the actual score was Texas by a landslide, winning 34-3. So that will go down as AI getting one game incorrectly. Before we move along, I would like to go over what the team records are so far. This past week, Nebraska had a bye week, so theirs is unchanged. AI has predicted a 4-win, 3-loss record for Nebraska. In real life, they have a 5-win, 1-loss record. Moving on to Oklahoma, they met the Texas Longhorns in their Red River rivalry game. They did record a loss, so Oklahoma's actual record is 4 wins, 2 losses. Our AI games have predicted 5 wins, 1 loss. Texas, again, like I just said, went against the Oklahoma Sooners. In real life, actually won the game. Our AI predicted that the Sooners won the game, and that brings AI's prediction for the Longhorns team record to 4 wins, 2 losses, and their actual record through week 7 is 6 wins, 0 losses. Overall, the AI games have predicted 14 outcomes out of 17 games correctly. That's 82.35% of the time our AI prediction games end with the correct team winning. Again, this is through week 7. Let's continue forward with week 8. And here we go, Renegade. Welcome to week 8, sir. And we are going to start today off in Bloomington, Indiana. What do you think going into this game?
Well, seeing that little opening tunnel walk there from Indiana, they were embracing a rock, which was a little strange, but
I've heard of tree huggers, not rock huggers.
right. Should be a decent game. Oh, there's the rock again.
Who's Hep? Well, whoever Hep is, welcome in. Here's Nebraska. Lord. I don't understand this shit.
Start the game with the football here.
Yep, they get to caress the football first. And they pull it forward, bring it to the 15-yard line. So they will begin their drive here. Indiana, the pantyhose, the Indiana pantyhose, dropping back to pass.
Those are Hoosiers.
Hoosiers?
Yes, not hosers.
Are you sure that's not short for Hoosier wear? Hey, Hep, how you doing? Nice rock.
It's a little weird.
Right. Well, let's hope Indiana's passing game isn't like they're throwing rocks, but their handoff game started off like shit. I don't know what the hell that was. We got a loss of 4 yards there, it looks like. Or no.
That was a no gain.
That was a no gain. Sorry. We have a loss of nothing. That was still a loss. I don't know.
Brings up 3rd and 10 from the 14.
Dropping back to pass, hopefully for a loss. He's got all time in the world to throw it.
But that is not enough to get the first down. There was a fumble. It was recovered by Indiana. They keep possession.
Yeah, looks like because of that fumble, they actually got a yard, maybe 2 more than what they should have.
Oh, it looks like the fumble potentially was overturned, saying he was down by contact, so they actually gained a yard, but nonetheless still had to punt.
That's all right.
Say they kicked rocks.
That's what they'll be doing after Nebraska beats them at home today. Huskers with their first offensive possession here. We're going to start the drive from the 35. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Running right up the gut there for a gain of 6.
It was up 2nd and 4 from the 41.
Really good field position for their first offensive drive.
Lots of red in this particular ball game.
Yes. Lots of Cornhusker red and pantyhose maroon. Got a quarterback keeper here up the left-hand side, going to get the first down plus 6 yards. Finally down at the 47-yard line are the Huskers.
Nebraska able to cross the 50-yard line with the quarterback keeper. Probably should have slid there to avoid the big hit, but
right.
Did manage to hang on to the ball.
You know, Renegade, with all this red in the stadium, I kind of wish the Huskers were able to wear their black outfit that they have worn in previous games. That would have looked really nice.
Yeah.
Huskers brought down after a 7-yard gain there. The second with 3 to go at the 41.
Hand off up the middle. Does get more than enough for the first down. That will move the chains. Brought down at the 31-yard line.
Ooh, we got some extracurricular physicality here in Bloomington, Indiana.
Whoa.
Huskers about ready to throw down with a rock.
They probably shouldn't do that. I mean, they
Right.
are corn. Probably wouldn't end well.
Oh, I thought they were gum.
Well, I mean, they root for gum.
Right, huge sack there on first down with giving the Huskers a loss of 7, unfortunately.
Indiana trying to force Nebraska to have to kick rocks. Second and long here.
Yeah, let's see if the Huskers on second down can skip rocks 17 yards or farther here.
It's not on that run they can't.
No,
they
they
get a
can't.
yard.
They got 1/17 of the way. That's progress. Hi, Hep.
Third and 16 from the 37.
Huskers drop back to pass.
It is complete.
Making good headway on their way to get a first down. Unfortunately, ending up 6 yards shy.
Did get 10.
Hey, Hep. I believe the Huskers are going to get set up for a field goal here,
Yes.
much to Hep's demise here. They're going to piss Hep off. Hep and his
having
walk.
to kick rocks here.
Yes. And field goal up.
is
Good.
good.
That puts Nebraska on the board for 3, drawing first blood, albeit just a little scrape that oozed a bit, not a stab wound. We will be getting ready for the kickoff to the Indiana Pantyhose.
Hoosiers fans seem to be overly pissed off about giving up
Hey, Hep. About giving up what?
3
sir?
points.
3 points, yes. Yeah, I think I see a frown on Hep's rock starting to form. Hopefully it'll get bigger throughout the day here. Indiana grabs the ball and moves forward with it. Able to get to the 25. Pretty good starting field possession on there. or field position, rather, on their second possession.
Pass falls incomplete. Brings up 2nd down and 10 from the 25.
Did he just bitch smack him? It certainly looked like it.
Probably should have been a penalty, but...
Right, no call from the refs, so either they didn't see it or it wasn't a bitch.
Right.
All right, 2nd and 10 here for the Hoosierware. Dropping back all day to pass, gets finally taken down. Nebraska with a sack of their own.
It's like a Nebraska player hurt after the sack.
Well, yeah, that's why you try not to run your shoulder into rocks. So, or for that matter, Hoosierware, people might think something. Indiana with the pass up the right-hand side, able to get 4 yards out of the 20 that they needed for a first down. Unfortunately, it's, again, 4th down and long, so they will be bringing out their punt team. One must wonder what kind of strength training regimen the Huskers have, having to catch all these rocks being punted at them.
Hopefully it's a decent regimen.
Right. It would have to be the rocks. Pass to the outside, pushed out of bounds for no gain.
2nd and 10.
What's up, Hep?
From the 48. What's their obsession with this rock?
I don't know. Worst of all, whose rock is it, and why did they name it after him and his rock?
Run to the outside, does pick up 3 yards.
I'm glad you were paying attention, because I was looking at you asking a serious question.
Brings up 3rd and 7 from the 49-yard line.
The Hoosierware moving the ball this time a little bit. Or, excuse me, no, Huskers moving the ball that time a little bit.
Another handoff that doesn't go anywhere.
Actually, I think that was -2, actually. So.
Loses 2 yards to the 49 on the other side of the 50.
So
Nebraska will have to kick rocks again.
Yep.
Lots of rock kicking thus far.
Yeah, let's hope they got steel-toed cleats here.
And that looks like a horrible punt.
Yeah, that was pretty shit. Felt like a sack of rocks out of bounds, though.
It did.
So Indiana with the ball at the 37 because of that shit kick.
Pass is complete on the sideline.
Huge.
More than enough for a first down.
Huge gain into Nebraska territory at the 41. As a Nebraska fan, I don't much enjoy watching plays like that.
Yeah, I don't think I would be a fan of that myself if I was a fan. I'm not, so I'm okay with it.
Right. You will be the biased voice here on the commentary table. I will not. Or you're unbiased, I mean, rather.
Another pass over the middle is complete. Gets 6 yards.
Kind of looks like the...
Brought down at the 35. It brings up 2nd and 4.
Kind of looks a little bit like the Indiana Hoosier. Am I saying that right?
Hoosier.
Their offense is kind of woken up here a little bit.
They're woke, you might say.
Yes. Yes, the Hoosierware is a little loose now. It's been stretched out.
What she said. 1st and 10 after the completed pass. Brought down at the 24-yard line.
Yep, it fell down limp at the 24-yard line after being stretched out. Dropping way back to pass, has to get rid of it, otherwise that would have been a huge sack.
Elephantitis-esque.
Yes.
Type sack.
Definitely Big Nuts McGee coming in for the sack there.
Brings up 2nd and 10 to the 24.
Good thing he didn't try slapping him there.
Right.
All right, another pass play here by Indiana.
Is complete for a touchdown.
I think we need to review that. Booth review, please.
It was definitely a catch.
Yeah. Yes. The Hoosier wear pantyhose putting 6 on the board here and blowing their cannon off. So what are they? Rocks, pantyhose, cannons? What the fuck? What are we looking at here?
I think it's a combination of the three.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's a rock.
Rock pantyhose?
No, see, it's a rock inside of the Hoosier wear launched from a cannon.
Ah, I gotcha. Wouldn't the fire from the cannon just burn the Hoosier wear? Hey, Hep.
You would think, but maybe they have fire-resistant Hoosier wear. Fire retardant.
In any event, it'll be 1st and 10 from the 18 for the Cornhuskers.
Sticking with the run game here, gets 5 yards on the carry.
Yep. Able to get halfway to a first down here against the Hep's Hoosier wear cannons.
Second down and 5 from the 23.
Run right up the gut.
Our first cunt hair of the game.
Yes.
Third and a cunt hair from the 28.
Yes, the Huskers, 3rd and a cunt hair. Not to be confused with their 3rd cunt hair. It's one cunt hair, and it's the first time. It's 3rd down.
Right.
And a cunt hair.
Right.
Handoff right up the gut. Again, able to get that cunt hair plus a yard or two, so be 1st and 10 Huskers from the 31.
First and 10.
Another
run.
handoff heavy this first quarter for the Huskers.
6-yard gain on the run to the outside. Brought down at the 37-yard line.
You have to wonder when Indiana's defense is gonna get hip to the Huskers' run game here.
Yeah. And very run heavy. We say as they're lining up for a pass here that is complete.
Nebraska showing that their pass game isn't to be fucked with that huge gain there.
Brought down at the 42.
I have a rock wedgie. Another
run.
Yep.
Up the middle. Does get 5 yards on the carry. Right
Hey,
at the 37.
I don't blame the Husker offense whatsoever if they're getting, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or more yards per handoff or per carry. Keep going. How's it going, Hep?
Second down and 5. Another handoff to the outside. Manages to get 2 yards.
Not that big of a gain there, but it's 3rd down and short here. Only got 3 yards to go till first. I wonder if Hep was the first to own that rock. What Hep Jr. or Hep B or C or.
Another handoff. Gets more than enough for the first down.
And absolutely gets demolished by the defender. Huge hit.
First and 10 from the 24, and that will take us to the end of the first quarter.
Yep.
Indiana up by 4.
Looking like Nebraska's looking good on both passing and rushing with those stats there. What do you think, though, Renegade?
Yeah, you definitely see the game plan is vastly different between each team.
Right, unfortunately.
Very run heavy for Nebraska, very pass heavy for Indiana.
Right, unfortunately, the scoreboard doesn't reflect those stats.
Right.
Indiana
Another
with the
big
lead.
run there from Nebraska, getting them inside the 10.
Huskers getting another taste of the red zone here.
This is their first taste of the red zone.
Oh yeah, you're right. You are correct.
First play
Is for a loss. It looks like a loss of 3.
negated by a huge stop there.
Second and goal here. Gonna go for a handoff. I don't
Looks like
quite.
he broke 3 of 1, manages to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
I'm not
Brings up 3rd and goal from 12.
sure that I agree with the handoff play in that situation. I think I would have gone for a slant pass into the end zone.
Correct. I definitely would have gone with the pass. They're definitely going to look for the pass here.
Yep, being 3rd down in Nebraska, like clockwork.
Screen pass is complete, but doesn't get a whole lot. Only manages to get 6 yards. Brought down at the 6-yard line, brings up 4th and goal from the 6.
And Hep sees a field goal attempt in the future here,
Yes.
near future.
He's definitely seeing Nebraska kicking some of his cousins.
Yes, yes. Rock Jr. and Rockette the first.
And the field goal is up and good.
It is now
Nebraska able to get within 1 point with 2 field goals, so it's 7-6.
I was just about to say it turned into a 1-point game here, but you beat me to it. The Hoosiers, for whatever reason, visibly upset, being that they're ahead by 1. So I'm kind of
And only giving up 2 field goals. I don't understand the.
Hey, Hep.
I don't understand the. Oh my God!
Yeah.
The freaking out.
Right. Their defense is definitely on point today, not letting Nebraska's offense score anything but 3s. Kickoff returned here to the 17 by the Hoosier Wear. 1st and 10 from there. Handoff to the
This could be why
outside.
Indiana's not running the ball. They just got tackled for a 5-yard loss.
Yeah, definitely could be why. Perhaps they should have stuck to what they were good at, and that is making women's legs look browner than what they are. I mean, passing. Handoff up the middle there. Hoosiers trying to take a play out of Nebraska's book. Actually able to, I believe, get 2 yards on that.
Got a yard.
A yard. Singular.
Singular yard.
That's better than no yard.
Right. Brings up 3rd and 14.
Huge
Pass to the
pass.
outside is complete. Would be enough for a 1st down. Let's see what the flag is.
It's like we got pass
Nebraska called
interference.
for defensive pass interference. That will be declined, and they will take the 1st down yardage.
Hand off to the outside for the Hoosiers. Not able to get anything on it. Brought down at the line of scrimmage. What's up, Hep? Definitely did not want to see that pass interference if you're a Nebraska fan.
No. Not that it really mattered. They still got a 1st down regardless if there was pass interference or not.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Technically, they declined it, so that pass interference didn't happen.
Jukes to the outside does get enough for the 1st down and moving the chains.
Yep. Brought down right at that marker to gain there, looked like. Brings it
Jukes
to...
a couple Nebraska players out of their shoes.
Yes, that they did. Yes, that
First
defensive rock was a little more agile.
Right. Run up the middle here. Stop for a 1-yard gain. 2nd down and 9 from the 40 now.
Hey, Hep.
Still not quite understanding this obsession with a rock, but
I don't know. I'm just being cordial with it. Being respectful. Brass.
another run, breaking free up the middle. Finally brought down on the other side of the 50 at the 39-yard line.
Yeah, he went
about. Defense giving up a huge play in the run.
Absolutely. He had about 15 yards there where all he saw in front of him was open field. 15, 20 yards right about, it looked like.
1st and 10 for the Hoosiers. Lining up the pass. Is complete on the sideline for another first down.
Steps out of bounds, so that'll stop the clock here.
Steps out of bounds at the 25. First and 10. Pass to the outside is complete. Let's manage to move the chains again here. Bringing up 1st and 10 from the 13. Like they were trying to run it there and end up losing 3 yards. So it brings up 2nd and 13 from the 17-yard line. Working it off to the outside for Indiana. Finally brought down at the 8-yard line. Makes it 3rd and 5. Pass complete to the back of the end zone to a wide open Indiana wide receiver for a touchdown. Indiana answers the second field goal from Nebraska with a second touchdown. Looking to tack on one more with the extra point here. And it is good. Long 12-play drive there from Indiana. Deep kick here from Indiana to Nebraska. Brought up to the 19. First and 10. Unable to get away from the pressure. Takes a sack for 3 yards. Brings up 2nd down and 13 from the 16-yard line. Side is complete to the wide receiver. Brought down at the 25-yard line, brings up 3rd and 4. Picks up the blitz pretty well, but he ends up throwing the ball away for an incompletion. Brings up 4th and 4 from the 25. Nebraska having to punt the ball yet again here. little bit better than the last one they did. Indiana takes the fair catch at the 37, brings up 1st and 10. Looking for the screen pass, does fall incomplete. The incompletion brings up 2nd down and 10 from the 37. Makes the handoff with the play action. Deep over the middle is complete to the wide receiver for a 1st down. Brought down on the other side of the 50 up to 33. First and 10. Another play action pass is complete. It's 8 yards on the completion. Sets up at the 26.
Indiana there with a huge pass play up the middle. Finally brought down at the 12-yard line. What's up, Hep? So it'll be 1st and 10. From there, they can actually get a 1st down without a touchdown here. So Nebraska's defense better be on point moving forward here.
And off to the outside. Manages to get 1 singular yard on the carry. Brought down at the 11-yard line, bringing up 2nd down and 9.
Hep again. And his pet rock. They should have put googly eyes on it. A handoff there.
It's 4 yards on the carry, bringing up 3rd and 5 from the 8.
Yep. Hoosiers able to get 5 yards to extend the drive, or 8 or more for a touchdown here.
That does take us to the 2-minute warning.
Hopefully the Huskers are able to catch their breath a little bit with that timeout at the 2-minute warning.
Play action pass here from Indiana. Pass is complete to a wide open wide receiver in the back of the end zone for another touchdown.
Yeah.
That is 2 possessions in a row for Indiana where they have found a very wide open wide receiver in the back of the end zone.
Looked like Indiana's wide receiver and his buddy there doing the cross route kind of pulled the okie doke on the Nebraska defense there.
That is the point of that particular routing scheme there.
Yeah. Point or not, it makes me dislike the Hoosiers more.
Extra point is up and good.
Indiana able to extend their lead. It is now 21-6. Huskers falling behind rapidly here in the 2nd quarter here.
Yeah, they need to get some touchdowns on the board here to put a dent in this lead.
Yeah, perhaps Mike Rule needs to kick their rocks in order. Dropping back to pass is complete up the middle for a gain of 5. The 2nd down from the 25 here for Nebraska. Late in the first half here, about a minute and a half remaining in the 2nd quarter. Huskers hoping to put 6 or some points on the board before halftime, where they will receive the ball.
Falls incomplete, going way short of the wide receiver. He actually hit him in the foot.
Yep.
They bring up 3rd and 5 from the 25.
Yep. As any orthopedic doctor will tell you, the foot is not a hand.
Right. 3rd and 5.
Real dropping back to pass. There is a flag down. Pass complete.
It's a huge chunk of yardage.
Very huge chunk.
But it looks like it may be negated by a penalty, and it is. Nebraska called for holding.
This Nebraska fan is face palming right now.
It was up 3rd and 15 from the 15. And they decide to hand it off, and it gets back to the line of scrimmage. No, did manage to pick up 2 yards on that carry. It makes it 4th and 13 from the 16-yard line. Indiana did call a timeout. Nebraska forced to punt yet again. And Indiana will take the fair catch at the 42-yard line. Pass complete to the wide receiver. That will be enough to move the chains. Brought down on the other side of the 50 at the 44.
Indiana hoping to drive the knife ever deeper. Pass right up the middle.
For another first down, brought down at the 30-yard line.
What's up, Hep? Hep and his rock get to witness the Cornhusker defense absolutely shitting the bed this second quarter.
Yes. They might need to go find a diaper to put on this.
Or some pantyhose. Lucky they know where to find them. In Bloomington, Indiana.
Well, apparently they're struggling to find them because they're getting shit rocked right now.
Right. I see what you did there. Shit rocked.
Pass was incomplete. Brings up 2nd down and 10. Another pass falls incomplete.
And right as we're saying the to Hep and his rock, the Husker defense not showing up. They've actually shown up these last 2-3 plays here.
Right. 3rd and 10 from the 30.
Let's see if the defense can hold them from a first down here.
Under pressure, does manage to get it away just in time. It only gets 3 yards before stepping out of bounds. That would be a field goal situation here for Indiana.
Absolutely. Indiana looking to add to their lead to bring it to an 18-point lead, if my math is correct. And it is up and good. It is up and good. The Indiana pantyhose no longer looking stretched and worn out.
He's just inside that left upright.
Again, Hep. The late first half kickoff to the Huskers to give them 20 seconds here to do something.
18.
Maybe 18 seconds, you are correct. Maybe get into field goal distance and in order for them to get the ball at the first or the second half. But
The run to the outside does get up to the 21-yard line, only getting 2 yards.
they might just let it go to the half here, it's starting to look like. And timer will sit down
to the halftime.
Absolutely. As a biased Husker fan, I'm not too impressed with what I see with our Cornhuskers, but as the unbiased one of us, what do you think, Renegade?
Nebraska's definitely got to figure out a way to stop the pass game. Saw there that one of the Indiana wide receivers has 5 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown already in this game. Nebraska's definitely going to have to try to put a stop to this potent pass game that Indiana's come out with. Nebraska may have to start relying more on the pass here, being down 18 points. So we'll see what happens. Nebraska does get the ball to start the second half. Gets a decent return here up to the 27-yard line.
Kickoff returner for Nebraska turned on the Jets the second he touched the ball there.
Another handoff here from Nebraska. It's 2 yards on the carry.
2 yards. It's a gain, but as a Husker fan, you want to see your team getting more than just 2 yards on a carry here. All right, I just dropped my coffee on my foot. Pass play there by Nebraska, blown up by the Indiana Hoosiers defense. Hey, Hep. Pass falls incomplete after a couple of midair bobbles.
Brings up 3rd and 8 from the 29.
Huge pass for Nebraska.
Is complete over the middle. Finally brought down on the other side of the 50 at the 37-yard line.
I had to restrain myself from clapping obnoxiously there, Renegade.
Yeah.
Huge chunk play here by the Huskers. Hopefully we can see that repeated here in the second half.
Another run to the outside. It's more than enough for the first down. Finally brought down at the 25, moving the chains.
I think that pass play that Nebraska did kind of set them up to be fairly unopposed for that run they followed it up with.
Right.
Keeping the Hoosiers on their toes here.
Quick pass to the outside. Luckily falls incomplete there.
Yeah. Was under pressure, and had to throw the biscuit and get rid of it in a hurry, but he almost threw it to the Indiana defender.
2nd and 10 from the 25 after the incompletion. Play action fake. Deep over the middle.
Almost
throws into double coverage and almost picked off in the end zone. But luckily it does fall incomplete, bringing up 3rd and 10.
All of Nebraska collectively almost had a heart attack at that moment. Another pass here. Taking forever, does not get rid of it, is sacked for a huge loss.
Loses 11 yards. Going to make this a very long field goal attempt here.
Will that be about 50, 52 yards right about?
It's going to be 50 plus.
Let's see if they decide to go for the field goal or...
They are lined up for the field goal, which would be about a 53-yarder here.
Kick is up.
Has the leg, and it is good.
It is definitely good. Nebraska's kicker there, 4 for 4 on the day here?
3 for 3.
3 for 3?
Certainly not what they are wanting, though, with this the deficit that they are in.
Absolutely.
Depending on field goals.
Absolutely not. They would have rather that have been a 6, not another 3.
Points are points, but at this point you need
you get your shit in order.
Need to be getting touchdowns to
exactly
try to take this lead.
Yeah, you can't get beat by a pair of old pantyhose and a rock.
Return man does get up to the 16 where he is brought down.
Indiana will start their first offensive drive of the half from there.
Yes, does get back to the line of scrimmage. Bringing up 2nd down and 10 from the 16.
If you smell what Hep is cooking. There's the rock again. Nebraska able to knock down the Indiana offense there for a 1-yard loss. Bring up third down with 11 to go. I'm so tired of seeing this fucking rock.
You're right. Seem to have some sort of weird obsession with this rock.
Right. At this point, I'd rather they show the cannon a little more often.
Pass looked like it would have been complete, but his foot must have been out of bounds. So it will go down as an incompletion. Bringing up 4th and 11 from the 15.
Yep. That Indiana offensive player there, just, big toe is just an inch too long.
Could give Nebraska some decent starting field position here. Doesn't get much on the return. They will start their drive from the 39-yard line.
Huskers with their second offensive drive of the half here.
Run to the outside.
Open field there. First down plus quite a bit.
That's the running back for Nebraska up to 97 yards rushing for the day on 20 carries.
Doesn't quite hold a candle to Indiana's running back with 5 carries and 80 yards.
That was a receiver.
Oh, that was a receiver.
That was catching. Passing.
Either way, Indiana with the better ratio.
That will definitely take the running back over 100 yards for the game with that carry. I believe that he was over 120 after that carry.
Nice.
Nebraska 1st and 10 from the 20. I believe this is one of their first possessions inside the red zone here.
At least of this half. I believe they had one last half.
It's 7 yards on the pass. Makes it 2nd down and 3 from the 13.
Huskers offense with a surge of momentum here. Dropping back to pass.
It's complete to the running back. Just short of the line to gain there.
It'll be 3rd down and a cunt hair.
Yes, our 2nd cunt hair of the game.
Yes, not 3rd. It's 3rd down, but 2nd cunt hair.
Right.
A few more of those and we'll have a full bush. Huskers with the handoff up the middle.
Does get more than enough for the 1st down. That will move the sticks, making it 1st and goal from the 7. This fucking rock.
Board. Hey, Hep. Huskers with a must-score situation here. Huge pass, dives in for Huskers with 6 on the board. And by 6, I mean a touchdown.
Right.
Not 2 field goals.
Right.
Again, I suppressed my urge to clap loudly and obnoxiously. Isaiah Nayer, it says there, with the reception and touchdown.
Nebraska looking for their first attempt at an extra point in this game.
Right.
Kicker should be plenty warmed up with
Absolutely.
the 3 prior field goals.
Swear to God, if he misses this, I'm going to punch myself in the leg.
Extra point is up and good.
Woo! Huskers, early in the second half, able to bring it to an 8-point game. They keep up this momentum, and their defense is able to keep Indiana at bay. We may be looking at a photo finish for this game.
German does get up to the 17-yard line where Indiana will start their next possession. Handoff up the middle. Certainly not what Nebraska wanted to do there on the run game. That is more than enough to move the chains there.
That would be a textbook example of how not to play defense.
Right. Very lackadaisical on their defense on that previous play.
Yes. Might have had some gravel in their eye.
Quarterback decides to throw it away there on first down, bringing up 2nd down and 10 from the 33.
Quarterback keeper there. Pass incomplete. And by no causation of the Huskers defense doing anything. No, the Indiana receiver just could not grab it and tuck it in. So it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 33 here for Indiana. One last try to get a first down before they'll have to punt it off. Is able to throw to the outside for a first down plus some. Finally falls down at the 48-yard line. So it's Indiana. First down. And 10 to go. Handoff up the middle. Only good for 2. Finally brought down at exactly the halfway point in the field, the 50-yard line, the 2nd down and 8. Indiana marches forward there for a gain of 5. Finally brought down at the 45-yard line. The 3rd down and short to get a first down and keep the drive alive. My biased opinion, I hope they get shit rocked here, but
we will see.
We shall see. Back to pass.
Does fall incomplete. Brings up 4th and 3 from the 45. Indiana looking to have to punt it away here.
Yeah, it's a little too far for a field goal attempt. So.
Yeah, it would be over a 60-yard field goal. I don't think they're trying that.
Nope. Absolutely not. Punt is up. Looks like it did go out of bounds.
It goes out of bounds at the 23-yard line. Where Nebraska will look to put some more points on the board here. They've scored on their last 2 possessions in the second half.
Yep.
So let's see if they can do the same on this one.
Yep, they start off the drive with the 3-yard gain. It is a gain, but not as big a one as a Huskers fan would hope.
2nd down and 7 from the 26. Another handoff up the middle. Does move the chains.
Unopposed by the Indiana defense until he crossed the line to gain for the first down. There's Hep again.
Right down at the 36-yard line. 1st and 10, Nebraska. Another run up the middle. Only manages to get 2 yards.
Fucking rock.
2nd down and 8. Just over 3 minutes to go.
Quarterback going to keep it and pass it up the middle, incomplete. Was unable to hold on to the ball through the contact there by the defender, looked like.
Brings up 3rd and 8 from the 38.
Huskers offense in a must get 8 yards or more situation here. Keep the drive going.
Another handoff up the middle. Gets 3 on the carry, and that is not enough to move the chains. That brings up 4th down and 5.
Yes.
where Nebraska will have to punt for the first time this half.
Yeah, absolutely. The running back there running into the ass of a defender, the zone defender there. Slowing him up.
Decent punt here from Nebraska. Return man able to get up to the 27-yard line before he's brought down.
Good field position for Indiana to start this drive. Quarterback going to keep it and toss it up the middle there for a completed pass and a gain of 7. Second down from the 34-yard line. And we hand off up the middle. Had open field in front of him for more than enough to get the first down and keep their drive alive. Hey, Hep. So, Renegade, who do you think, just based on not knowing any stats here, who's got the better run game currently thus far?
I would say probably Nebraska's got the edge in the running department. Nebraska's pass game has picked up a little bit. I still think that Indiana probably has the edge there in the passing game.
These past few plays, though, they've thrown a little more running into the mix. Here we go again with another handoff.
That is probably due to the fact that they have the lead that they do. So they're trying to run up the time of possession, keep the ball on their side.
Fair enough. That brings us to end of quarter 3 here.
See the wide receiver comparisons there, pretty even.
Yeah, that's pretty much even across the board, give or take.
First down and 10 from the 43 for Indiana. Run up the middle does get 2 yards.
Just under 15 minutes left to go in this contest here. This battle between the pantyhose and the chewing gum.
Right.
Or
I haven't heard any fans cheering about the big red chewing gum in this particular game.
Right, I was about to say it's either that or the rocks and the bug eaters.
Or corn.
Yes, or the cannons and the corn cobs.
Right.
Still confused as to what a Hoosier is, but anyway, Indiana.
They hand a run play and doesn't get anything. Actually loses a yard there.
It looks like that running back for Indiana was possibly injured.
Brings up 4th and 9 from the 41. Indiana looking to punt here.
Were they 3 and outed right there?
I do believe. However, that punt does go out of bounds at the 3-yard line, putting Nebraska very deep in their own territory here.
This is what I call a butthole pucker play.
Does manage to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
Repeat of the butthole pucker play.
Nebraska is going to have to drive 97 yards if they want a touchdown.
Yes. Not only that, if the quarterback wants any space, he's at risk of getting put down for a safety.
Absolutely. Second down and 10 from the 3.
And off up the right side.
Again, gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Going for the three-peat of the butthole pucker play. Lord.
Brings up 3rd down and 10 from the 3-yard line. So far, Nebraska not able to get any sort of breathing room here.
Right. I feel a little better when they get to like the 5-yard line.
He did get to the 5.
He did, okay. That helps a little bit. You know,
it helps, but not really, because now you're having to punt with your punter deep in their end zone.
Yep, thanks for reminding me to look at what down it was.
4th down and 8.
Yes, that possession for Nebraska was...
Get the punt off without getting it blocked or taking a safety. And this will give Indiana some excellent field position here.
Spear! Huskers defender just going Roman Reigns on Indiana's
Runs to
kicker.
the outside, gets a huge block from one of his linemen there, just leveling a Nebraska defender. Does move the chains. It was at 1st and 10 from the 26. He did pick up 12 yards on that run.
Big run. Indiana is 6 yards away from the red zone. Once again. Drops back to pass.
Just decides to throw it away there.
A little bit of pressure was incoming, so he just decided to skip his rock out of bounds. The 2nd down and 10.
Second down and 10 from the 26 for Indiana. Goes with the handoff.
Wide open
Very low
spaces.
snap, but ends up working out. He gets up to the 14 before he's finally brought down. That again will move the chains for Indiana.
There was a country banger made about that situation. Wide open spaces. He had nothing but open field in front of him.
You probably shouldn't say.
I probably shouldn't sing at all, but there I was.
There's that. Does spin away from a defender. Finally brought down at the 13, picking up 1 yard.
It's a hard fought single yard there. And if it appeases you, next time I'll throw on some auto-tune and reverb. That way it sounds a little less like nails on a chalkboard. Or ass.
Second down and 9. Pass play is complete at the 7-yard line.
Surprised that receiver is able to get up and walk. It looked like his leg was taken out by the Husker defender. Hey,
right. He gets 6 yards on that completion. 3rd down and 3 from the 7.
Pass right up the middle.
Is complete. He did hang on to it through the contact. Brought down at the 3-yard line, bringing up 1st and goal from the 3-yard line.
Able to get that first down yardage.
Just enough.
Just enough, right? Not enough to ram it home for a touchdown, but...
And
Huskers
work with the play action, but Nebraska not biting. Does get him for a 7-yard loss on the sack.
That'll be the Huskers' 2nd sack on the day. Huskers defense with 2 sacks compared to Indiana's 3, I believe it said they had.
Second down and goal from the 10-yard line. And off to the outside.
Able to push
Gets
forward.
up to the 8-yard line, gaining 2 yards. Brings up 3rd and goal from the 8.
Yep. Huskers defense looking to hold them from scoring here, which will in turn hold them to a field goal attempt.
Hit as he throws, but it is completed to the tight end here for Indiana for another touchdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vision 04 talking in the 3rd person here, and I'd like you to quote me. Quote, "I fucking hate football." End quote. Indiana extending their lead. It is now a 14-point game. And if you're the Huskers,
excited.
Yeah, if you're the Huskers, that's what, 6 field goals and a fucking safety?
Extra point is up and good.
Forgive my saltiness.
Indiana 31, Nebraska 16. Looking rough for the Cornhuskers in this game.
Yes, it's looking a little rocky, one might say.
Right. Certainly not enough butter going on in this game for Nebraska. So,
right. Perhaps had they had their bug-flavored Wheaties before the game, they might be doing
deep
better.
pass is complete. Finally brought down on the plus side of the 50-yard line at the 48.
I think it's been a while since they've been on this half of the field.
Oh, no, they were there not too long ago. I mean, not the last possession, but the possession before they were on that side of the field.
So probably not this half.
No, it was this half. Their first two possessions, they scored points, and then they punted, and now they're trying to score again. However, Nebraska called for another hold.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, and we'll see at the end of the game stats, but I believe Nebraska is the only one of these two teams to put a penalty on the board.
Yes.
And by penalty, I mean 3 or 4.
They're up to 35 yards in penalties, if I'm not mistaken, on 3 penalties.
Yes. Either way, too many yards in penalty yardage here.
Second down and 12 from the 50 after that run.
Huskers with literally half of this field to go before tasting points.
Throws it away to avoid potential sack there.
Dylan Raiola, hey, saying that's my bad to his receiver there.
Third down and 12 from the 50.
You can't see it, but Hep and his rock have a face of excitement, being that Indiana is in the lead here. Huge
Another
pass.
deep pass is complete and brought down at the 12-yard line. You'll have to forgive my colleague here.
Yes, I gave in my primal urge to clap obnoxiously there.
I mean, it wasn't quite, fellow content creator Tim the Tatman-esque,
Right.
but a clap nonetheless.
Visions with the clap here as Nebraska gets 2 yards on their first down carry there, bring it to 2nd and 8. They are able to get a first down without scoring here. So let's see if that enters into this play here.
2nd down and 8 from the 10. Pass is complete. No, falls incomplete, apparently.
Yes. Having his look of amazement there. Kind of looks like he's got his head tilted to the side. His eyes are kind of wonky. One at the top, one at the bottom, if you didn't notice. If not, you'll see him after this play, I'm sure. Huge pass intercepted.
In the back of the end zone by Indiana. First turnover of the ball game. Certainly not what Nebraska was looking for on this drive here.
If I may repeat a line I said earlier, that right there is a textbook example of how not to play offense in college football.
That would be correct. With the touchback, Indiana will get it 1st and 10 from the 20. Screen pass to the outside, spins free off of one tackle. One tackled 2 yards short of the line to gain at the 28-yard line.
My bias for the Huskers aside, that was a very nice juke, that running back.
Yes, spinning off of the tackle there.
Yes, beautiful. Beautiful.
2nd down and 2 from the 28 for Indiana. Going with the handoff at the middle, and that is more than enough to move the chains. Brought down at the 33. 3.5 to go here in the game. Nebraska needing to get a stop quickly to get some points on the board.
I think at this point, their best bet is to try to slow the bleeding. You know,
I don't know if they're going to find a tourniquet or not, but
maybe not. Perhaps they could find a heavy rock and put it on the wound.
a Band-Aid?
Yes, or tie it off with a pantyhose.
That would be a tourniquet, and we said they weren't going to get a tourniquet.
Well, it'd be pantyhose. It'd be a knot and some hosiery. Hoosier wear.
Nebraska with another sack here.
I'm glad you were paying attention because I was looking at you during that whole little transaction there.
It looked like an 8-yard loss there. 2nd down and 16 from the 27. Another run gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. That may take us to the 2-minute warning.
See, look, Hepsbrock's eyes, top and bottom.
Well, those eyes are vertical.
Could be deformed,
Could be.
but we won't use that word with a hard R around here, will we?
Eat better.
Watch them run.
Watch.
Watch them fall.
He fell. He didn't try to catch a ball, though.
No, he held on to it, though, unfortunately. That brings us to the
10.
2-minute warning.
Yeah, that was the 2-minute warning. 4th and 10 from the 33 here for Indiana. Looking to punt it away here.
Absolutely. That looked like a 3 and out, if I remember correctly.
No, they did get at least one first down.
Did they? Okay.
1st down and 10 from the 34 for Nebraska.
Long
For a
pass
deep
play.
pass, and it does fall incomplete.
Good coverage there by the defender.
Nebraska was trying to score extremely quickly there,
Yes,
it's fine, which is what they need to do with
that's
a minute and
absolutely
42
what they
seconds
need
left.
to do. The Hoosiers would behoove them to look out for another play like that. Yep, long pass attempt here is good.
Is complete and goes out of bounds at the 17-yard line.
– 49-yard pass there. Huge play and exactly what the Huskers offense needed.
Absolutely. I think Dylan Riola may have found a Ricola before that play, and
He certainly found something.
1st down and 10 from the 17. Another pass over the middle does fall incomplete.
Yeah, I lost track of where the ball went there. That incomplete pass will stop the clock for Nebraska here as they
With 92 seconds left of the regulation here.
yes.
Pass is complete to the wide receiver in the back of the end zone.
Huskers
For a
touchdown, and I will indulge myself once again. Visions again with the clap. Huskers chipping away at Indiana's lead here, shortening this gap in points very late into this contest. So my math serves me here.
Nebraska's going for the extra point.
They would almost need to go for 2 to make it a 7-point game. Is my math right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So now it is a 8-point game here.
It's at 31-23. Nebraska looking for the onside kick,
Yep.
and it does not work in their favor. Recovered by Indiana.
Indiana with full set of timeouts here to see if they actually try to move the ball or if they're gonna. Nope. They're
He
trying.
tried to run the ball.
Yep. He tried to.
Unfortunately, it did not go in their favor. Loses 3 yards on the carry, bringing up 2nd down and 13.
Handoff up the middle there. Finds a hole.
Decides to change directions. Play was supposed to go to the left, and he decided to backtrack and go to the right, where he picked up a huge chunk of yardage.
Again, Renegade, you're going to be blessed with my singing. Wide open spaces. Motherfucker had open field and nothing more in front of him.
1st down and 10 from the 14, where Indiana's actually just going to take a knee. And that is ball game.
That is ball game, Renegade. I don't have too much to say about that disappointing loss as a Huskers fan, but you being the unbiased party, what is your rundown?
Well, we had said that Nebraska needed to try to find a way to put a stop to the pass game. Luckily for them, Indiana really didn't throw the ball a whole lot in that second half. Running the ball more was kind of their game plan.
Absolutely. And we will take a peek at these stats here. Renegade, I know you've been writing in your notebook. Why don't you run through these stats you've been scribbling down this whole contest here?
So 1st downs, you can definitely see where Nebraska, did not help their situation in the score by only getting 17 1st downs to Indiana's 24.
Yes, I believe that is bullet point 1 of the Huskers' shortcomings during this game.
Total offense, Nebraska was able to pull out the edge in that with 394 yards of total offense to Indiana's 379. Like we had mentioned, Nebraska was very heavy in the run game. That was evident with the rushing stats here. 36 carries, 155 yards, no touchdowns, averaging 4.3 yards per carry to Indiana's 35 carries, 119 yards, no touchdowns, averaging 3.4 yards per carry.
Now, Indiana here.
Passing.
With the pass game.
Definitely where Indiana was very strong in this game.
Yes, they showed finesse in their pass game today.
Nebraska actually didn't do too bad in their pass game either. They went 14 of 25 with 2 touchdowns, 239 yards, averaging 9.6 yards per pass. So when Nebraska did pass the ball, it was almost guaranteed that they were almost a 1st down every single time.
Right.
Indiana, their pass game was strong all game. 23 completions on 34 attempts, 4 passing touchdowns, 260 yards, averaging 7.6 yards per pass. A lot of their touchdowns coming inside the red zone. 2 wide open wide receivers in the back of the end zone. But a lot closer in the passing category than I had thought.
Yes, absolutely. It's I did not expect that one to kind of be negligible difference.
Right. 3rd downs, this would be bullet point number 2 in the demise of Nebraska in this game.
Absolutely.
Going 5 of 14, only converting 35% of the time on 3rd downs, to Indiana going 6 for 12, converting 50% of the time. Red zone, both teams did pretty decent in the red zone. Nebraska actually pulls out the edge there. 2 red zone touchdowns, a red zone field goal, converting 75% of the time in the red zone. Indiana, 3 touchdowns, no field goals, converting 60% of the time in the red zone.
I definitely did not expect Nebraska to be the better of the 2 teams in that category.
And here would be bullet point number 3 of the demise of Nebraska, with the one and only turnover in the game.
Yep, they gave up that interception late in that was
Late in the second half.
Yeah.
That killed them. That was one of Nebraska's big drives, getting down into the red zone and
throws the interception when it had Nebraska brought that in, it would have been a touchdown. And we would have been having a different conversation at this point.
Right. Total yards did go to Nebraska with 517 total yards to Indiana's 482. However, Nebraska getting the edge in that one is mainly due to the kick return yards that they also had in this game.
It's quite a plenty.
So I was wrong on the penalties stats.
Yes, I think where you were mistaken was the pass interference in the first half that was declined.
Yes, that's where I messed up. So there was Nebraska again. This was bullet point number 4.
I appreciate you for keeping track of the Huskers' negative points here.
Yes. So bullet point number 4, the penalties. 2 penalties for 20 yards. And we were correct. Indiana did not get penalized a single yard in this game.
Yes, Nebraska screwing the pooch on penalties and interceptions.
However, the time of possession is virtually identical here.
Yes.
Nebraska with the very slight edge with 30 minutes and a second to Indiana's 29 minutes and 59 seconds.
A difference of 2 seconds.
2 seconds, yes.
2 seconds. My wife would say that's about how long I last in bed. So, Nebraska taking a disappointing loss here in our first game of Week 8 and our AI predictions. And that will bring us to the end of that one. Moving on here to Game 2, we are heading to Norman, Oklahoma for the Sooners to meet the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Gamecocks, yes.
Gamecocks.
Should be a decent ball game. Let's see if Oklahoma can get their shit together.
Yeah, let's see if they could kind of step out of the slump that they've had recently in as far as actual games.
Would be nice.
Absolutely.
South Carolina will receive the kick.
They decide to run forward with it, getting to the 18-yard line before they were put down. And that's where they will start their first offensive drive of the game.
First and 10 here for South Carolina. Going with some trickery here on the very first play to start the game. Pass there does fall incomplete. Almost getting intercepted there by the Oklahoma defense. Brings up second down and 10 from the 18. Pass on second down falls incomplete. Got back-to-back incompletions to start the game here. Brings up third and 10.
South Carolina Gamecocks better get their shit in order and, move the ball at least a yard or so. Dropping back to pass here to the outside.
Pass is finally completed, only getting 6 yards, not enough to move the chains. That's going to bring up a punting situation.
The Gamecocks with passing stats of 3 attempts, 6 yards, average of 2 yards per completed pass.
Oklahoma will start from the 35 after taking the fair catch on the punt.
It was a quick 3 and out to start this game.
It was. He's starting field position here for OU.
To be their first offensive drive here under pressure.
Does throw it away to avoid the sack. Brings up 2nd down and 10 from the 35.
Oklahoma with a quick pass to the outside there. Moves forward 8 yards. Finally brought down at the 44-yard line. Brings it to 3rd and manageable. Only needing to make 2 yards before they move the chains.
Third down and 2.
I know we're still kind of premature into this game here, but so far it looks like the Sooners showed up to play, especially with that huge pass.
Finally brought down on the other side of the 50 at the 28-yard line, getting a huge chunk play here to move the chains. First down and 10 from the 28.
Handoff up the middle is good for 1. Bring it to 2nd down, 9 to go. Under the sea. Under the sea.
Handoff up the middle. Does get enough to move the chains. Again, brought down at the 16-yard line. That'll be 1st and 10 for OU.
Sooners putting on a clinic here. Going to go with a handoff to the outside here, Oklahoma.
And a touchdown for OU on their first possession.
Looking definitely ready to play today. The
Absolutely.
defense cock blocking South Carolina to a 3 and out, and then the offense there for the Sooners is making quick work of their possession, resulting in 6.
Goes in untouched on the outside run there.
Sooners able to draw first blood. See if the extra point attempt is good. It's up. And score is Sooners 7. South Carolina with a goose egg. Bet 0 so far.
Wouldn't that be a chicken egg?
A gamecock egg, perhaps.
Right, it's chicken,
Yes.
not a goose.
No goose. So a feathered friend of some sort. South Carolina starting their second offensive possession here at the 18-yard line.
Handoff. It's 1 yard.
Definitely looking for more on that drive, on that run, but take the yardage how you can get it, I guess.
Yep. Brings up 2nd down and 9. Gonna run to the outside. Does manage to pick up 8 yards on the carry. Brought down at the 27-yard line, bringing up 3rd down and 1.
Should be a huge stop for the Sooners defense here if they can hold them to another 3 and out here. South Carolina with the quick pass is complete, does get the first down, and nothing but open field in front of him. He is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Gigantic play, much to the Sooners fans' dismay here in Norman.
What the fuck was that? Anywho.
Very, very good and analytical question there, Renegade. I don't know. I do not have a definitive answer, but if I had to make one up, it'd be something between crap and shit when it came to the Sooners defense there. Shrap, perhaps. Right in the middle.
Right.
Extra point is up. It's good. Tying the game up 7-7. It was a quick little 1 minute long 3-play drive there for the Gamecocks. So Oklahoma scored first blood. South Carolina with a quick clap back. Let's see what the Sooners answer back with.
Right. Starting their next possession here from the 14-yard line. Goes with the handoff to the running back.
There's some dirty laundry on the field here.
And it looks like Oklahoma's called with the hold. So that'll negate the 4-yard run.
It moves them back 10 yards, if I'm correct. 5 or 10 yards.
Well, it was half the distance of the goal, so
Gotcha.
It would have been a 10-yard penalty because they were at the 14. It's half the distance, so that moved them back to the.
Gotcha. Move them in the wrong direction.
Right. Did get a good chunk of yardage back. Did get the penalty yardage back, getting 1 yard past the original line of scrimmage. Makes it 2nd down and 9 from the 16.
Dropping back to pass. Going for the deep pass.
Oh, just under through that one, just a hair. Almost picked off, but does fall incomplete, bringing up 3rd and 9 from the 16.
That defender almost pecked the ball away from Oklahoma there.
3rd down and 9.
Dropping back to pass again. Under pressure.
Runs the wrong direction. Luckily, the forward progress stopped at the 2-yard line, but it does bring up a huge 4th and long situation. Pinned back down at their 2-yard line.
I'm actually kind of surprised that wasn't a safety.
No, they said that his forward progress had stopped at the 2. So
Sooners, in my opinion,
punting from their own end zone.
Sooners getting lucky, in my opinion.
Decent coverage there on the punt. Still gives South Carolina great field position here at the plus side of the field on the 47. Run on 1st down. Gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Play for no gain there. Bring us to 2nd down. South Carolina in Sooners territory here.
Under pressure.
Definitely under pressure. The Sooners.
Defensive end gets home and gets the sack for 8-yard loss.
And definitely punished him for standing there for too long.
Ooh.
The Oklahoma's first sack of the day.
Didn't get blocked. Gonna make for a long day if you're not gonna block a defensive end.
Absolutely.
3rd and 18 from their own 44. Screen pass is complete. Oklahoma able to come in swarms there to negate him being able to get to the first down marker. Brings up 4th and 9 from the 46. So this will be a punt situation here for the Gamecocks.
South Carolina's entire drive there netted them -1 yard. Oklahoma will get the ball at the 29-yard line.
Screen pass from OU is complete. Does pick up 7 yards on the completion. Brought down at the 36-yard line, bringing up 2nd down and 3.
Sooners dropping back to pass. Is complete for the first down and a yard or so. Finally brought down at the 41.
And with good awareness there to know where he needed to be for the first down, and stood right there to get it. There's that 1st and 10 from the 41.
And
off to the outside. Does pick up 3 yards on the carry. Bringing up 2nd down and 7 from the 43-yard.
Oklahoma here, 2nd down on their 43-yard line. Going for the handoff up the middle.
Looked like he had all the space there to get the first down, and the defender coming out of nowhere, making a stop there before getting the first down. Brings up 3rd down and 3 from the 48.
Yeah, that defender had great awareness to close that open area very, very quickly. Sooners hoping to convert the 3rd down here.
Almost getting South Carolina to jump off sides. Did complete the pass on the outside, and that is more than enough to move the chains and get a first down.
Oklahoma keeping their drive alive here.
First down and 10 from the 46.
Dropping back to pass.
Is incomplete. Broken up by the defense with a decent hit there on the leaping wide receiver to force the incompletion there.
Yep. With that defender there, that was going to be hard to hold on to in midair.
Right. 2nd down and 10 now. Going with the handoff on 2nd down. Breaks free of 1 tackle. Does manage to pick up 8 yards. Brings up 3rd and 2 from the 38.
Have the running back there able to stumble his way past one defender and get a couple extra yards on that one play there.
Another handoff. Goes up the middle and spins to get just enough for that first down to move the chains.
Another 3rd down conversion, successful for the Sooners. This offensive drive for them has lasted quite some time, I would say.
Yeah. Very methodical here.
Absolutely.
Only had one more guy to beat. He breaks that tackle. He's
He's got some open field.
Got some open field for a big run. Instead, it was stopped for a 5-yard gain.
He did get 5 on it.
Fuck it. Second down and 5 from the 30. Takes the handoff on play action.
Do have
deep pass to a wide open wide receiver for a touchdown.
There is a flag on the play. We'll see if it's coming back.
And
here.
Oklahoma is called again for holding.
You don't want to be called for holding like in general, but you definitely do not want to be called for holding when you do a play like that.
Right. Because with the quarterback keeper, it does pick up 1 yard, making it 3rd and long from the 39-yard line.
Yep. 14 yards to go to keep their drive alive here. Oklahoma so far with quite a few 3rd down conversions in this drive. Let's see if they can do. Let's see if Lady Luck is on their side and if they can do it again.
The pass to the outside is complete. South Carolina able to sniff it out pretty quickly there to negate any sort of yardage.
Yep.
So that makes it 4th and 14 from the 39. Looked like Oklahoma was just kind of looking to at least get a little closer to potentially put 3 on the board. Instead, we're going to have to settle for a punt.
Yep.
Looking to pin them in deep in their own territory. But it is going to take a bad bounce into the end zone, causing the touchback.
Gamecocks will start this drive at the 20.
Big swing pass out to the outside is complete, getting 9 yards. It was up 2nd down and 1 from the 29-yard line. Just over a minute and a half to go here in the first quarter. Quarterback keeper, look like,
is able to pass the line to gain for the 1st down, plus a yard or so on top of that. Gamecocks able to keep their drive alive, move the chains, and reset the down to 1st.
Looks like they went with a wildcat formation there. Actually, as a wide receiver that decided to run that play there. Brings up 6-yard gain on 1st down. Bringing up 2nd down and 4 from the 38-yard.
Running back able to zig and zag his way through the front line there for 6 yards. Second down for South Carolina. Handoff right up the middle.
That does get more than enough yardage to move the chains again here for South Carolina.
Intended hole closed up pretty quick, but he was very aware and adjusted his path as such to get the 1st down plus some.
That will take us to the end of the first quarter with a tie ball game.
Both teams playing pretty evenly here. They look like they're pretty even on the rush game here.
Yep, both running backs pretty even to start this game. Oklahoma's running back does have the slight edge with the 1 rushing touchdown.
Yes.
Play is blown up in the backfield by the OU defense. Not biting, not giving them a chance to do any sort of read option or a play action off of that.
That will be
another defensive end comes in untouched for Oklahoma, and getting their 2nd sack of the ball game.
Yes.
2nd down and 15 from their own 43-yard line. Hand off up the middle. Only manages to get 3 yards.
Bring it to 3rd down and quite a hefty little chunk of field they have to make to convert the 3rd down.
Absolutely. 3rd and long situation here. Pass over to the outside is completed, and he was wide open.
Absolutely.
That is his second receiving touchdown.
Yeah, the Sooners defense taking a snooze on that play, I think.
They brought pressure thinking that they were, I guess, going to potentially run, or at least hoping that somebody would get home, but corner gets beat. It leaves him wide open with no help over top.
Absolutely. Nothing but wide open spaces for that receiver.
Extra point is up and good. There is a flag down on the play. And Oklahoma is called for roughing the kicker on the extra point. And that will be enforced on the kickoff here. So this is most likely going to be a touchback unless they intentionally kick it short, forcing a return. Kickoff will start from the 50-yard line. And that is going to be a touchback going through the back of the end zone. Oklahoma will start their drive from the 25-yard line.
South Carolina's kicker putting some extra sauce on that kick, look like.
Run to the outside. Does get 3 yards.
Sooners hoping to clap back at South Carolina here early in the second quarter.
Second down and 7 from the 28-yard line. Play action. The outside is complete to the wide receiver.
Beautiful play right there.
Does cross over to the South Carolina side of the 50-yard line, brought down at the 46. Actually, it initially thought that pass was going to fall incomplete going over the head of both the receiver and the defender, but the receiver able to snag it out of the air there and
absolutely
come down with the reception. 1st and 10.
Didn't take the Sooners long to get into South Carolina territory.
Pass to the outside to a wide open wide receiver for 6.
And there's the clap back they were looking for. Sooners with another touchdown off of a huge pass play.
Oklahoma showing South Carolina that they can also get a wide receiver wide open for a pass.
Absolutely.
Again, wide receiver just completely blows the corner out of the water.
Yes.
With his speed. Safety was late getting over there to help out.
Sooners looking to tie it up after this extra point attempt. It's up. It is good. Again, folks.
Quick 3-play drive, only taking 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, earlier the Gamecocks had a quick 4-play drive, and Sooners said, "Here, hold my beer."
Right. Turned 1 yard into the end zone, brings it out to the 15-yard line.
Quick pass to the right side.
Does fall incomplete with the big hit there from the defensive back. Brings up 2nd down and 10.
Great coverage by the defense. South Carolina again from the 15.
Off to the outside. Does pick up 3 yards on the carry. Making it 3rd down and 7 from the 18. So kind of a 3rd and long situation here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Certainly wanted more on that second down play to make it a little bit more manageable, but I'll take the 3-yard gain there.
Absolutely. 7 yards to move the chain. South Carolina dropping back to pass.
It's complete over the middle. Takes a huge shot.
Absolutely shit rocked.
brought down finally at the 38-yard line.
Was able to maintain possession after taking the big hit there. Kind of a wounded duck throw there from the Gamecocks quarterback, but got to where it needed to be, I guess.
Definitely looks like that Gamecock has an injured wing.
Right. Ball definitely came out a little wobbly there, but got the job done. 1st and 10.
Handoff up the right side there. The defender's able to stop them before they get to first down.
It was at 2nd down and 2 from the 47.
Sooners only letting the Gamecocks get 8 yards on that handoff there.
A handoff from South Carolina.
Wide open spaces for the running back there. Able to get the first down, move the chains, plus good chunk of yards there.
Does move the ball past the 50-yard line. Did see an Oklahoma defender there over pursue a little bit. And ran right past the ball carrier there. 1st and 10 with 39. Delayed handoff. Went to hand it off to the wide receiver on the outside run there, but
didn't look like the wide receiver even knew he was supposed to grab the ball there, honestly.
Well, if you watch this, another defensive end comes in there, again, unblocked, and blew that play up before it could even get started.
Right.
That is 3 sacks now, 2 for that particular individual.
Gamecocks.
Bring up 2nd down and 15, was able to get a decent chunk of yardage on that 2nd and long situation to make it 3rd and 8.
Got almost half of what they needed to for a first down. So it's going to be another long attempt at a 3rd down conversion, or at least longer than what they would prefer.
Correct. It was down 8 from the 37 here for the Gamecocks. Stadium's getting loud.
Dropping back to pass, rifles
Deep
it.
Pass, but it is through the back of the end zone. Put a little too much air on it.
Yeah.
And it does fall incomplete. Brings up 4th down and 8 from the 37.
Yeah. Little too much wing on it from the quarterback there.
And that would bring up a punt situation here for South Carolina. Electing to punt it rather than going for the long field goal. Punt does go out of bounds at the 16, where Oklahoma will begin their next drive. Hand off up the middle.
Sooners definitely fortunate that that punt didn't go much deeper.
Right. Yeah, not the greatest of punts there from South Carolina.
Yes. Yes, they definitely kicked like a wounded duck.
First down run did get 4 yards, bringing up 2nd down and 6 from the 21. Play action
handoff.
Pass is knocked away by the linebacker sitting in coverage.
Great awareness by the South Carolina defender there.
Batted it down and then make sure that the receiver can't get back to it on the deflection there. Brings up 3rd down and 6. And the pass here again on 3rd down.
Pass is complete.
Is completed to the wide receiver on the sideline. Moving the chains up to the 38-yard line.
Well, good on that wide receiver, able to hold on to the ball amidst the contact there from the South Carolina defender.
Absolutely. 1st and 10 from the 38 here for the Sooners. Goes with the handoff up the middle. Picks up 4 yards on the carry. Brought down at the 41-yard line.
Oklahoma working steady with this mindful offense here.
You're definitely doing a good mix of run and pass.
Meticulous offense.
Second down run does pick up 2 yards, bringing up 3rd and 4 from the 43.
Sooners with a good chance at this third down conversion, being that they only have 4 yards left.
It's a long 4 yards. It's 4 yards nonetheless.
Absolutely.
So the quarterback keeper goes to the outside, tries to fight for that line to gain.
Yep, that extra
Does come
little
up short.
unable to get that extra little push to move the ball past the line to gain.
Makes it 4th and 1 from the 47. Oklahoma looks like they are electing to punt here.
I don't know, Renegade. I think if I were in that situation, it was about a yard to a half of a yard, I probably would have gone for it.
Absolutely terrible punt there from the Oklahoma punter. Ball goes out of bounds at the 39-yard line. Run on 1st down gets stopped at the line of scrimmage.
We'll see if that terrible punt comes back to haunt the Sooners here.
Right. Got just over 6 minutes to go here in the first half. 2nd down and 10 from the 39. Pass to the outside is complete. Breaks free of a couple tacklers there and does move the chains. You can see there, that's the wide receiver that's burned him a couple times in this game. Has 138 yards receiving, 2 touchdowns on 3 catches.
Red letter day for that receiver there.
Right. First and 10 from the 50-yard line.
Drops back to pass.
Rifled over the middle and is complete.
Able to hold on to the ball there was the receiver through the contact.
Quarterback up to 207 yards passing for the day.
That is quite high of a number here this early
Right.
in the game there. And
Run to the outside, gets 5 yards on the carry. Stopped at the 21-yard line. Don't you fucking say it.
how many yards you get on that, Renegade?
Enough.
Enough. Gotcha. The Loonies would say he got 5 on it.
Yeah. Okay.
South Carolina.
Scrambled out to the outside, and defensive end's there to greet him. Gets him for another sack and a huge loss on the play.
Oklahoma with 4 sacks total on the day to the Gamecocks' singular lonely sack.
Defensive end for Oklahoma is having a pretty good day here. Some
Absolutely.
pressure up the middle, but leaving the dude wide open again. Same guy who has caught the previous touchdown passes catches yet another. That is his 3rd on the day.
He has been the recipient of all 3 scoring passes for the Gamecocks.
Oklahoma trying to bring pressure on those 3rd and long situations, and it has bit them numerous times here in this game.
If I'm the Sooners defensive coach, I'd be doubling and tripling up coverage on that individual.
Right. Agreed.
South Carolina, extra point was up and is good. They will take the lead. Score is now 21-14.
Over 4 minutes to go here in the first half. Return man returns the ball to the 18-yard line.
Decent return there for the Sooners, hoping for another clapback here. They've been able to answer South Carolina
Thus far,
thus far, yes.
2-yard carry on the first down run brings up second down and 8 from the 20-yard line.
Sooners might have to break away from the slow, methodical approach for this drive if they want to answer before the half.
Goes with some trickery here on second down and
Play is absolutely
blown up. Knocking them back to the 14-yard line. Brings up third and long.
That is absolutely not what was intended there.
Looked like they were trying to catch him off guard with a reverse, and South Carolina did not bite on that play, but does get a huge play here, picking up the first down on 3rd and 15, getting just enough yardage to move the chains.
Definitely a better offensive play there
Absolutely.
than the previous one, undoing the damage that was done with that loss.
First
And moving
10
the
from the
chains.
28-yard line now. Play action pass. Looking
Throws
for
it
a
deep.
ball that is overthrown for the wide receiver, knocked away by the defender, falling incomplete, bringing up second down and 10.
That was definitely a butthole clencher for all the Sooners fans there.
Yeah. We're definitely trying to keep them honest, making the deep ball a threat here, but
That was passes like that.
a little off target with that previous throw. Does get 2 yards on the second down run, and a third down and 8 from the 30-yard line.
We'll see if this will bring us to the 2-minute warning. It's looking like they're going to let it go.
Yeah.
2 minutes remain in this first half here.
Very high-scoring first half thus far.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oklahoma still hunting for the answer back to South Carolina's last touchdown.
Pass over the middle is complete. Finally brought down on the positive side of the 50-yard line at the 45.
And it is plays like that that is going to enable the Sooners to successfully clap back yet again.
Receiver with a post pattern there, able to get a little bit of separation to get that completion, and then able to do something with it after he caught it. Another pass here from OU.
Huge pass. Incomplete.
Ball's incomplete there with the hit from the defender, making it second down and 10 from the 45.
Just barely unable to reel that in. We'll have another attempt at it here. Oklahoma, another pass. Right up the middle is complete for a gain of 7. Bringing it to third down. Just 3 yards to go to move the chains. Definitely a manageable third down conversion attempt.
Clock
Upcoming.
still rolling. Both teams still have all of their timeouts. 3rd and 3 here. Pass over the middle is complete to the wide receiver and does finally get brought down at the 20-yard line.
Sooners are in the red zone, ladies and gentlemen. A little over 1 minute left to go in the first half.
First down and 10 from the 20. Oklahoma looking to put 6 on the board. It looks like they went with a hard count and got South Carolina to jump off sides. That will make it first down and 5. Getting the free 5 yards there.
Definitely a sneaky decision by the offensive line there. Working in their favor. Quick pass up the middle there.
First down and
Looks like they got the first down plus a couple yards. They are down at the 9-yard line, and they take their first timeout to stop the clock. 37 seconds remain.
about 6 yards on that.
Oklahoma.
Pass to the corner of the end zone. Toe dragging to make the catch. And gets the touchdown.
Does get the touchdown by a toe, a pinky toe, a fucking shoelace. Nonetheless, Sooners successfully answering back yet again. For
back corner of the end zone, wide open. All he just toe drags it. That would have been a catch in the NFL, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
He had both feet down. Able to tie the game up here, potentially with the extra point is up and good.
We are
11 play drive there, taking almost 3.5 minutes off the clock.
We are a stone's throw away from halftime here, ladies and gentlemen, and both teams playing awesome. Able to answer each other's scores left and right. They are even on the scoreboard. South Carolina from the 18.
Pass is complete. Does pick up 1 yard and gets out of bounds at the 19. Not sure how that wide receiver was able to catch that.
No clue. Again, like the Sooners receiver on their last scoring pass, they had to have a toe or a shoelace in bounds. Another pass attempt.
Second down and 9. Pass is complete over the middle to the wide receiver.
South
that
Carolina.
will move the chains, and it looks like South Carolina is using the timeout here.
Yep.
One of them used it. I've seen that.
It was South Carolina.
Okay.
Yep. Sooners used one, and then South Carolina just used one. They are desperately wanting to pull ahead before the halftime here. Again, South Carolina, their second.
Uses their second timeout. Getting 7 yards on that previous play. Makes it second down and 3 from the 48.
Look out for the
18
deep pass here.
Under pressure and brought down for another sack.
That will be Sooners' 5th on the day, if I am correct.
And that will take us to halftime.
Sooners offense, defense, both look great. Gamecocks offense.
I don't know if Oklahoma's defense looks great. They are stepping up when they need to. Unfortunately, they've also given up 3 huge pass plays.
Okay, I will give it to you that the defense looks a tad sloppy, but where it brings it even is when you include all the sacks
right
that Oklahoma has on the day. Gamecocks, their offense and defense. Offense looking great. Defense, 3.5, 4 stars out of 5, maybe. Right on par with the Sooners' defense. And it's almost like this game hasn't even started. No one's got a lead.
Oklahoma gets the ball here in the second half. Kerman gets it up to the 18-yard line where they will begin their first possession of the second half.
Sooners hoping to put their scoring foot forward.
It's 3 yards on the completion there on the sideline.
They want to make the Gamecocks have to answer them back.
Absolutely. Second down and 7 from the 22-yard line.
Dropping back to pass.
Is complete to the running back. Let's get 2 yards on the reception there. Looking at third down and 5 from the 24.
So far in the second half, it seems like we're only 2 plays deep. I understand, but it seems like the Sooners are going back to their slow, methodical approach to offense here.
It's like a play action pass here. Pass is complete to the to the wide receiver there. Was able to break free of 1 tackle. Can't break the second, but is brought down on the plus side of the field at the 45 of South Carolina.
as per the usual Renegade, I just get saying they're going slow methodical again, and then they slap us in the face with that one football.
First down and 10 from the 45. Goes with the handoff up the middle. Does pick up 5 yards, stopped at the 41-yard line. Fuck off.
Renegade knows what's coming. He got 5 on it.
Oh my god. I used to like that song.
You might possibly still like it if I didn't suck at singing.
Well, there's that.
Handoff again, up the middle for the Sooners.
Gets 4 yards. About just a yard shy of the first down. Bringing up 3rd and 1 from the 37-yard line.
Not quite 5 yards, so I don't have to break into song again.
Thank God.
Sooners
goes with the hard count to get the easy first down.
Yep. Sooners able to use that same trickery that they used at the end of the first half.
Here's first and 10 from the 32. And off to the outside is blown up in the backfield, stopping him for a 2-yard loss. Making it 2nd down and 12 from the 34. Much as I didn't like it, that was a good job by the defensive linemen to drive the man blocking them into the backfield, not giving the running back a place to run with.
But definitely closed his running lane.
However,
but they missed that one.
They failed on this run attempt, giving up 9 yards on the carry, making it 3rd down and 3 from the 25.
Sooners definitely making it easy on themselves to convert.
A little more manageable here. 3rd and 3. And with the pass here on 3rd down is complete.
It's complete. Dropped down at the 12-yard line, so that'll bring 1st and 10 for the Sooners in the red zone.
Yes, we're at the 12, so they can get a first down without having to get a touchdown.
Was my very next thought, sir.
1st and 10 from the 12. Quarterback keeper probably wasn't the best idea.
Looks like we have
a loss there. Looks like the wide receiver is shaken up on the play here.
Yeah, definitely grabbing a hold of them ribs.
Loses 2 yards on the attempted run there. 2nd down and 12 from the 13.
Drops back to pass
Is
to the outside.
The running back. He was able to get half of that yardage, making it 3rd down and 6 from the 8.
Sooners offense aiming for at least 6. 8 yards would be better.
Third down and 6, looking for a pass.
Wide open.
Does complete and does get just enough to
get the first down, and it looks like they marked him at the 1-yard line.
First down and goal from the 1.
Oklahoma not able to get the touchdown yet, but able to keep the drive alive. I'm noticing Oklahoma with quite a few 3rd down conversions, so we'll have to look at the end of game stats.
And the first down run is in for 6. Running back with his 2nd touchdown of the game.
Did it with a little bit of style, trying to Superman that hoe right into the end zone.
Oklahoma able to put points on the board in the 2nd half.
Successfully putting their scoring foot forward. Now the Gamecocks, they have to be the ones to answer back.
Absolutely. Extra point attempt here is up and good. Long 12-play drive, taking almost 5 minutes off the clock.
Even with that large chunk pass play in there, slow and methodical is the Sooners' offense this second half. They are.
The Kerman takes a huge hit there from Oklahoma linebacker on the kick return team.
Absolutely.
Stopped at the 17-yard line.
South Carolina with their first offensive possession of the second half.
Play action pass is complete over the middle. It's his sixth catch for 207 yards and 3 touchdowns. Mort.
Right. That is somewhere between 35 and 40 yards per reception for that gentleman.
Right. First down and 10 at the 35. Hand off to the running back. Stopped for a 1-yard loss. Oklahoma's defense able to sniff that run play out pretty quickly there. Again, a defensive end not blocked. I'm not sure why South Carolina is not blocking the defensive ends from Oklahoma, but it hasn't worked in their favor thus far.
Hey, their lack of coverage is the Sooners' gains.
Right. Second down and 11 from the 34-yard line.
Drop it back to pass. Right
It's
up the
complete
middle.
to the running back, I believe. It was enough for the first down. Stopped just shy of the 50-yard line at the 49.
Yep, 1 yard away from moving the ball into Oklahoma territory here. First and 10. Gamecocks taking their time to start the play. Handoff up the middle.
Gets 9 yards on the carry.
Almost looked like he either stumbled forward or maybe had a little bit of a push from behind there to get that last yard or so.
It's second down and 1 yard to go from the 42. Play action fake here.
Brought the
Pass almost intercepted. Batted away by one defender and almost
in the grasp of the second defender, unable to hold it and bring it in while he was midair diving.
Oklahoma actually with some decent coverage there on a deep ball, which we hadn't seen a lot of in this game. Let's bring up 3rd and 1 from the 42, going with a run play that is stopped for a 1 yard loss.
Sooners defense.
Middle linebacker of Oklahoma, Danny Stutzman, able to make the great stop there.
Definitely showing up to stop the Gamecocks there. Great.
South Carolina electing to go for it here on 4th and 2. And that will be a first down. He slides to avoid the big hit, but that does move the chain. So there's a 4th down conversion here for the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Sooners defense, possibly outwitted. They're covering for the deep ball, covering for the run, but forgot about the quarterback there.
First down and 10 from the 34-yard line now.
Takes the
Play
handoff.
action fake. Another deep ball. Does fall incomplete with some contact there from the defenders. Brings up second down and 10 yards from the 34.
Great stop by Oklahoma there. Dropping back to pass to the outside, but swung around to the middle, only able to get a single yard on it, I do believe.
Yeah, did only get 1 yard. And with that 1 yard on that pass, that puts the quarterback at an even 300 yards passing for the day. Third down and 9. Third and long here for South Carolina, and the pass is just out of the reach of the wide receiver there. The ball's incomplete, bringing up 4th and 9 from the 33. They end up seeing our first field goal of the game.
Right.
It's a long one. Looks like it's about a 50-yard field goal.
Kick is up.
And no
good.
This is the field goal, which will now give Oklahoma some decent field position to start this drive.
Yes, the Gamecocks unable to answer back to Oklahoma's touchdown.
Looks like he missed it just to the right of the uprights there.
Just a feather outside of the uprights.
The missed field goal. 1st and 10 from the 33 for OU, who throws a pass right away, and it is picked off and returned for 6.
Stand corrected. South Carolina was able to clap back. This the hard way, apparently. Well, Sooners kind of made that easy for them, but
yeah, not the greatest of decisions there to try to throw it to that particular wide receiver.
saw the crowd here in Norman, Oklahoma. A collective groan has befallen the stadium here.
Bender was able to read the quarterback's eyes, made a decision to jump the route there, and worked out in his favor. And the extra point is up and good, and we're back to a tie ball game.
Yes, we are. Less than half of the third quarter remains. Now the Sooners attempt another clapback. We're going to take the ball forward.
Only getting up to the 13-yard line.
Not quite as...
Not ideal.
Right. Kick returner wanted a few more yards on that.
Goes with the run play here on first down, getting 7 yards on the carry. Probably a little leery of going with a first down pass after what happened on the previous possession.
Absolutely.
2nd down and 3 from the 19-yard line.
See if the Sooners go back to slow and methodical here.
Play action pass is broken up by the defender. There is a penalty flag down. Oklahoma called for an ineligible wide receiver downfield.
What was that, Renegade? A what?
Ineligible wide receiver.
Ineligible. Okay.
Yes.
English are hard, sir.
It is. Goes with the run on 2nd down and long.
He is.
Finally brought down at the 42-yard line. That will put him over 100 yards, 109 to be exact.
Yes,
on 14 carries. Also has 2 touchdowns.
That singular run being, I would venture to guess, about half of that 109 yards.
Right.
Almost, if not.
Huge chunk play there from Oklahoma on the run game.
Slow and methodical apparently is out. Oklahoma just going for the quick stab.
Pass to the wide receiver is complete, and that is again enough to move the chains. I'm wondering if South Carolina wasn't playing the pass on that 2nd down and long.
Right.
Wasn't expecting the run play to happen.
Absolutely. They weren't expecting something to happen. Sooners.
First down and 10 from the 29.
Sooners able to exploit the weaknesses in the Gamecocks defense. Another huge pass up the middle is good. Brought into the red zone, ladies and gentlemen. The Sooners are 6 yards.
Brought down at the 6.
Yeah, 6 yards away from putting 7 points, 6 points on the board and jumping ahead by a touchdown.
Passing game from Oklahoma looking really good in this game.
Definitely been on.
All around, they've looked good on offense. Doesn't quite get his foot down inbounds. Did catch the ball, but
That was almost deja vu there.
just about.
Almost. But no
Quite
cigar.
drag that toe inbounds to get the reception. Brings up second down and goal from the 6. Quick pass to the outside to the tight end there.
Does get 5 on it.
Oh my God.
Oklahoma at the 1-yard line.
Third down and goal from the 1. 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Oklahoma most likely, if they don't get in for a touchdown here, will probably go for it on 4th down.
I know I would if I were them, but what are we talking about? He just dives in like nothing there. Again with the Superman dive into the end zone for 6.
Running game for OU being the majority of their touchdowns so far in this game.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, anything midfield and they're passing, it seems like, and passing really, really beautifully. But anything in red zone, it seems like the run game is the go-to.
Absolutely.
Extra point attempt up.
And good. 7 plays, 88 yards.
And nets them 7 points. Sooners taking the lead. With a couple minutes left in the third quarter. Very high-scoring game. Oklahoma leads 35-28. The Gamecocks, again, in a situation where they need to try and clap back.
Right.
I feel like a broken record saying that statement this game. Hand off to the outside, and nobody there to stop him. Gets the first down plus at least another 10. Finally brought down at the 41-yard line.
You were a betting person. You bet points. I'm pretty sure you didn't expect there to be 63 points
Absolutely not.
between the two teams.
Absolutely not. I most certainly would have expected a completed field goal
Right.
by now.
Nice swarm tackling there by Oklahoma, stopping them for 4 yards. Brings up second down and 6 from the 45.
After that offensive drive by the Sooners, their defensive line should be decently rested, and one would think it should be easy for them to stop the Gamecocks here. And as I say that, they do hold them to no gain on the second down run there. 3rd and 6 situation here. Gamecocks forced to either convert the third down, long third down, or
Like
punt.
Oklahoma is doing a pretty good job of, minus that one play, stopping the run and making South Carolina try to win this game with the pass game.
Fortunately, South Carolina, their receiver, able to hold on to it through the
The
contact.
one that has beat them all day long
Yep.
with another catch, hangs on through the contact.
That's that same guy. I said probably about 15, 20 minutes ago, they need to have two or three defenders on that motherfucker specifically.
Right. First down and 10 from Oklahoma's 42. Another deep pass over the middle, somehow completed.
Don't tell me that's the same guy, too.
No, it was not the same guy. It was a different guy.
All right, well, another receiver for South Carolina showing up. Able to pull that in.
Down at the 13-yard line, 1st and 10.
And that'll bring us to the end of the third quarter. What do you think here so far? Renegade 35-28, Sooners just barely ahead.
See there all the targets.
Lord.
for OU's quarterback in this game, in the passing game. I kind of wished Oklahoma's defense could find an answer to this South Carolina passing game.
Yes.
They've done really well in the running game, as you see there with the 3-yard loss there on the first down run.
Absolutely.
Everybody getting off their blocks and swarm tackling there, stopping them for a 3-yard loss. Their Achilles heel in this game has been their pass defense, especially with the guy that's going in motion currently. Screen pass in the opposite direction. Breaks free of one, can't break the next. Takes a huge hit.
Definitely
7-yard line.
Definitely a physical hit from the defender there.
Quarterback from South Carolina up to 351 yards passing for the game.
Jesus. Dropping back to pass. South Carolina looking for the clap back. Throws it away.
Throws it away to avoid any potential loss of yardage. See if they're going to go for it here on 4th and 4 from the 7, or if they're going to just go with a field goal. Since they are going to go for it here.
Yeah, it would be smart this late in the game to go for it. However, I'm saddened because no field goal attempt or possibility.
Pass is complete. He breaks free of one.
Able to get the first
stumbles
down
to the 1-yard line, moving the chains.
I'll get 4 tries to make 1 yard of field up.
Not the greatest of tackling there from the OU defense like we've seen all game.
Right. Looks like they got a little lackadaisical on that play. Hopefully it's just a one-off. Handoff up the middle. Uncontested for that yard, and Gamecocks clap back yet again with a touchdown.
Again, pending the extra point, we're back to a tie ball game.
Right. Well, this kicker's already missed a field goal, so
I'd like him to miss an extra point.
I'm pretty sure all 83,459 Sooners in the building agree with you. Kick is up. Unfortunately for the stadium and you, Renegade, it is good. Ladies and gentlemen, just over 13 minutes remaining in the entire game. We are yet again at a tie score. Combined 70 points on the board between both teams.
I would have taken the under in points for this game. Would not have guessed 70 points.
Right. Well, Renegade, you're the more versed in football out of the two of us. Would you say that is due in part to both teams having a lackluster defense and a spot-on offense?
Yes, it is definitely has a lot to do with both teams having potent offenses that are utilizing their game plan very well, and defenses not having the answer.
Right.
Yes, Oklahoma's made some good stops. South Carolina's defense has made some good stops, but all in all, both defenses have given up huge
plays.
Huge plays.
And I'll tell you what, if the Sooners did not throw that interception, they would be ahead by a touchdown right now.
At least a touchdown.
Right.
There's been 2 interceptions in this game. Oklahoma's thrown 2 picks.
Oh. Well, I've been paying attention, but apparently I don't remember one of them. It was a quick 3 and out there.
Yeah, it was.
I guess the Gamecocks defense kind of showed up for that Sooners possession, and they now have the ball at the 34-yard line.
As for the third catch at 34, going with a reverse here. They tried this in the very first play of the game, and it did not go well. And
it also did not go well here.
It also lost yardage this time. Not nearly as many yards this time, but a loss of yardage nonetheless. Second down and 11 from the 33.
Quick pass to the outside. Defender swarmed him, holding him to only 3 yards gained. Brings it to third down and 8 to go to move the chains for the Gamecocks. That's
just had a stat pop up on the screen there. This explains kind of some of the issues with the defense when your corner has 10 tackles on the game.
Oh, Lord. Going for the deep pass here are the Gamecocks. Wide open receiver with nothing but field in front of him.
And guess who?
And it's that same sumbitch that should be double, triple, at this point, quadruple teamed by the Sooner defense. Gamecocks pull ahead here in the fourth quarter. After their extra point attempt, assuming it is good, will be at 42-35, South Carolina's lead. But again, their kicker has missed a field goal.
Yes.
Today. So with a little bit of luck, kick is up. It is good. South Carolina's kicker, 100% on extra point attempts, 0% on field goal attempts. Oklahoma, deep in their own territory, brings it forward to the 18-yard line. Again, the Sooners in another position to where they need to clap back.
No gain on the run there. Back to the line of scrimmage. Second down and 10 from the 18.
Don't need to sound so depressed there, Renegade.
That previous play pissed me off.
Gotcha.
South Carolina, so I'm trying to gather myself.
Yeah. Any Sooner in the stadium, all the Sooners in the stadium didn't like how that Gamecock just flapped his wings right into the end zone.
3rd and inches here. First cut hair of the game.
First cut hair of this game, you're right. 3rd cut hair on the day.
Third and a cunt hair from the 28-yard line. And that cunt hair is met.
Yes. Yes, they definitely shaved that cunt hair quickly.
They did. Moving the chains, stopped at the 31-yard line. Was bringing it up to 1st and 10.
I think if we have one more cunt hair situation on the day, we will have had a bush.
Pass is complete over the middle.
Nets him 9 yards.
Makes it 2nd down and 1 from the 40-yard line. Right about 9 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
So if you're the Sooners offense here, would you go slow, methodical, and chew up as much of that 9 minutes as possible? Or wham, bam, thank you, ma'am?
Well, you could go fast, and you just got to hope that your defense can make a stop, which has been hard to do thus far.
Historically, during this game, it's few and far in between defensive stops have been successful.
So, yeah, I'd probably go with a methodical approach and try to chew up as much of this game clock as possible. Fumble.
Looks like Oklahoma was able to jump on top of it again.
But there was a lineman that was nearby that was able to recover that.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are 84,000 people here, all of them with an unpuckered sphincter, or a fully puckered sphincter. That is a
did get 7 yards
that was a tongue
with
twister.
the fumble there, which kind of worked out in our favor.
Yeah, but you know,
It ultimately worked in our favor because we were able to get it back.
ultimately, but that's
7
getting
yard
the
gain.
7 yards the very hard way.
Well, I didn't say it was easy, but previous run did get a yard, so it makes it 3rd and 2 from the 48.
Quarterback
Quarterback.
keeper.
Keeper stretches for the first down, but there is a penalty flag down on the field, and it looks like Oklahoma is called for holding again. And that would have been a 4th and a cunt hair. It is a 4th and a cunt hair.
4th and a cunt hair, ladies and gentlemen. We officially have
South
a Bush
Carolina
ticket.
decided to decline the penalty there, which cost them, because Oklahoma was able to convert on the 4th down and move the chains.
Okay. Is there some aspect to football gameplay that I'm missing, or was that just a really stupid decision by South Carolina to decline?
That was a very stupid decision. They chose to take the current down and distance rather than taking the penalty and giving them a 3rd down.
Gotcha. Well, that strategy did not work.
It did not. However, they did make a stop here on this 1st down run attempt, getting them for no gain. Brings up 2nd down and 10 from the 45.
Absolutely.
See if that decision comes back to bite South Carolina in the ass.
Quarterback decides to tuck and run, getting the
Scrambles
first
with
down.
it,
Wide
and still
open
going,
spaces.
and then slides down at the 11-yard line to avoid the hit.
Holy shit.
Didn't see anybody open and elects to just scramble to avoid any sort of pressure here.
Definitely had a huge swath of open field in front of him, and he took every inch of it.
1st and 10 from the 11.
Another quarterback keeper. Slams
forward
down.
to the 1-yard line, but not enough to move the chains. Brings up another cunt hair situation. We're up to a bushel, I think.
A bushel. If not a bushel, we at least got the precursors to an afro going on. Might need to get out the hedge trimmers to chop all these cunt hairs down.
Oklahoma called for a false start, trying to get a cheap cunt hair for a 1st down. Instead, negated by the false start, making it 2nd down and 5 from the 6.
Handoff to the outside. Does get 3 yards there. It'll be 3rd down, and definitely easy to get 2 yards, especially with how this offense has been playing.
3rd and 2 from the 2. It's 2 yards, but it's a short 2.
Yes.
Under pressure.
South Carolina with their 2nd sack on the day.
Stop for a 8-yard loss. Brings up 4th and 9.
Well, if you're Oklahoma here, would you take 3, or would this late in the game you almost kind of have to go for it here? Wouldn't you?
I would probably go for it here. Your offense hasn't really failed you yet, but it looks like Oklahoma's actually going to elect to go for the 3 to take the at least put some points on the board.
Lessen the gap here. It is good. Our first completed field goal of this contest. Lord, it's been like 56 minutes waiting here.
Field goal is up and good.
Cheerleaders doing some
Finally get your
whoopie-doo.
first field goal made
Yes.
with just over 3.5 to go in the game.
Yes, I am a happy commentator.
Oklahoma looking to get a stop here on defense.
Yep, if there is ever a time for the defense to show up and show out, or show up hard, it is right here for Oklahoma.
First and 10 from the 17, just over 3.5 to go.
Handoff up the middle, quickly snuffed out by the defense there. Only getting 5 on it yet again. I'm about to get punched in the face by my cohort.
Second down and 5 from the 22.
Renegade, you must not be a fan of old school rap.
I am a fan of old school rap.
Just not when I sing it.
Just not when you repeatedly use the same one.
Oh, okay.
On a song that I like. Oklahoma called for the offsides here. Does give South Carolina a free 5 yards, but it will not give them the first down. It'll make it second and a cunt here.
All right, now we're at a bushel.
Right. Run to the outside. Gets nowhere. Actually loses yardage.
Loses some inches.
Makes it 3rd and 1 now from the 26-yard line.
Oklahoma's defense. They almost have to hold them here.
They definitely need a stop here on 3rd and 1.
Stadium getting loud as shit right now. Gamecocks taking their sweet-ass time to start the play.
Yep, they're going to try to chew up as much clock as they can as they have the lead right now.
Yep, Oklahoma
finally gets the stop, but it is beyond the line to gain, and that will move the chains for South Carolina.
That it will.
And that should take us to the 2-minute warning.
Yes. Hopefully the Sooners can strategize over this timeout that they have here during the 2-minute warning. Come up with a game plan to slap the Gamecocks down.
I'm definitely looking to get a stop, get the ball back for their offense. Yes. That is one way to do it. Completely destroyed that running back.
John Bradshaw Layfield would be proud with that clothesline from hell that was just exhibited by the Oklahoma defender.
Makes it 2nd down and long after losing the yard on the previous run play. Run to the outside. Spins free of 1 tackle. Can't break the next. Oklahoma takes their 2nd timeout.
That's pretty slick by the South Carolina Gamecocks there.
3rd down and 3 to go.
Blown up there.
Blown up at the backfield, and again, takes a huge hit from the Oklahoma defense, where the defense actually does get the stop and forces the punt late in the game.
Oklahoma's offense has shown up all day, and now they are in a do-or-die situation. Only a minute 40 left to go.
Oklahoma has a minute and 40 here, no timeouts.
Oklahoma.
Wide receiver takes a big hit. Looks like he got hurt on the play. He actually didn't complete that pass. Pass fell incomplete. Brings up 2nd down and 10. Pass to the running back. It's complete, but no gain. Bringing up 3rd and long.
Oklahoma's possibilities of winning this game come down to this 3rd down, and if they can convert it.
Well, if they don't convert it, they're definitely going to be going for it here on 4th down, but they're taking a lot of time here to get this play off.
Going looking for the deep pass, it looks like.
Throws it incomplete, but wasted a lot of time off the clock. Brings up 4th and long from the 35-yard line with 1 minute and 2 seconds left.
Yep, South Carolina's defense here going to be looking for the long ball.
Probably not going to be sending a whole lot of pressure. They're going to be putting a lot of people back by the... Actually, they did send pressure, which kind of shocks me, but defender able to get in there to break up that pass, and South Carolina is going to come out and take a knee to end this game.
And that takes us, ladies and gentlemen, to the end of this contest. South Carolina Gamecocks getting a little cocky here as we as they exit the field. They win 42-35.
Player of the game, no shock. It's the one wide receiver that had burned them all day long. With 9 catches, 285 yards receiving, and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, it might be a different story had the defensive coordinator listened to me and double coverage that.
Oh, he could have broke his legs too. But anywho,
whoa, whoa, sir.
Sorry. A little competitive.
All right, Renegade. I know that loss kind of hits you in the heart, in the chest. I know you're kind of upset there that your Sooners lost, but let's go.
Upset is one way to say that.
Upset, pissed off, perhaps.
Only slightly.
All right. Why don't you go through them stats you've been jotting down in your notebook?
So the first downs, Oklahoma definitely took the edge there, getting 26 first downs to South Carolina's 20. Oklahoma also got the edge in total offense with 532 yards of total offense to South Carolina's 511.
All in all, the total offense pretty much even between the teams, actually.
Right. Running game, that went to Oklahoma as well, which we had seen most of the game.
Yep, we had been talking about it all game.
Running game for OU ends the day with 40 carries, 186 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, averaging 4.7 yards per run. South Carolina, their running game didn't do terribly. It was not as potent as the Sooners, ending the day with 35 carries, 87 yards, 1 touchdown, averaging 2.5 yards per carry.
Yep, as we talked about throughout the game, not surprising Oklahoma's run game was gonna be showing up powerful on the stats, and I'm reading ahead a little bit here. Looks like we were also correct about South Carolina's pass game.
The South Carolina pass game definitely took the edge, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
Nope.
Doing very well in the completion percentage in this game, with 21 completions on 29 attempts, 4 touchdowns, 424 yards passing, averaging 14.6 yards per pass. Oklahoma ended the day with 29 completions on 41 attempts, 2 touchdowns, 346 yards passing, averaging 8.4 yards per pass.
Yeah, South Carolina definitely looking great with their pass game there in the stats, almost doubling their yards per pass that the Sooners had.
Right. We were talking about third down conversions. Oklahoma definitely took the edge in that one with being 12 of 19 with a 63% conversion percentage. And South Carolina finished the game getting half of their conversions on fourth down, being 7 of 14. Another big one here is the fourth down conversions. South Carolina took the edge in that one, converting both of their fourth down attempts. Oklahoma only getting 1 out of the 2 that they had.
No 2-point conversions.
No, didn't have any 2-point conversions. Red zone went to Oklahoma. They definitely had way more attempts in the red zone than South Carolina did.
Absolutely.
Having 4 touchdowns, 1 field goal, converting 83% of the time in the red zone, to South Carolina's only converting 16% in the red zone and having 1 touchdown.
Turnover game.
Apparently, I was wrong on the amount of turnovers.
Right.
I thought Oklahoma had 2, but they only did have the 1 interception. So that goes to South Carolina with having no turnovers in this game.
So what you're telling me is I'm the one who can count.
I could have sworn that there is another one, but apparently I was mistaken.
There might have been in the game previous to this.
Yeah, that's looking at the total yardage here, that did go to Oklahoma with 631 total yards to South Carolina's 613. Penalties was a big one we talked about. Oklahoma definitely hurt themselves in this game with 6 penalties for 33 yards to South Carolina's 2 for 10.
Yeah, they definitely kind of screwed the pooch on that one.
And Oklahoma, for the first time in fucking forever, gets the edge in time of possession with 34 minutes and 5 seconds of time of possession to South Carolina's 25 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like they had the ball for right about 9 minutes and give or take a few seconds longer than the Gamecocks. But fortunately,
yeah, penalties and the turnover that hurt them in this game.
absolutely.
Not nearly the amount of bullet points like Nebraska had.
Absolutely. Pretty much, it was a very even matchup the entire 60 minutes of play. Unfortunately for Sooners fans and my colleague here, Oklahoma unable to come away with the W. South Carolina taking the game 42-38. And that will bring us, ladies and gentlemen, to our third and final. And here we move on to game number 3 this evening. We are in Austin, Texas here, and the Longhorns got the work cut out for them today.
Right.
What's your prediction going into this? Do you think the Longhorns can hang with the Bulldogs?
I think it could be a close game. I could also see it being perhaps lopsided, not in the Longhorns' favor. But I'd like to think it's going to be a shootout, if you will.
Yeah, let's hope it's more of a shootout than when we visited the Red River last week.
Right.
That was more of a gun down.
There was that.
Yeah. It was
Decent return here from the Bulldogs, getting up to the 22-yard line.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on this one, Renegade. I would love to see the Longhorns remain undefeated in real life, right? But I also think Georgia might have the edge. Quarterback keeper throws it good for the first down, gets about 11 yards on it. Be first down and 10 from the 33.
Handoff going to the outside. Does pick up 2 yards on the carry. Stop at the 35-yard line. Bring it up 2nd and 8.
Yep, Longhorns are their defense is gonna need to keep making stops like that. They're gonna have to if they want to stand a chance. Another handoff up the middle here.
Picks up 3 yards this time. Right down at the 38-yard line, bringing up 3rd and 5.
2 yards on the first down, 3 yards on the second down. Hey, in 2 downs, you got 5 on it.
3rd and 5 from the 38. Play action fake. Under pressure, and Texas with the sack. Brings up 4th and 12.
Definitely the intensity the Longhorns defense is going to need to keep for an entire 60 minutes.
Absolutely.
Georgia.
Forced the punt here.
Their first offensive drive was fruitless. Texas calling for the fair catch. They'll start their first offensive drive at the 22-yard line. You know, Renegade, I really hate that song.
That's why. Texas with the run here. gets blown up in the backfield for a 5-yard loss, bringing up second down and long from the 17-yard line. Tight end completely missed the block.
Yeah. Something was missed. Definitely not how they wanted to start their offensive drive here, but throw to the outside, going to make up that lost yardage plus another 4, bringing it to third down and 6 to go to keep the drive alive. All right, Longhorns, you just need to repeat that play over and over again.
Well, eventually they're going to catch on. And it won't be as Instead, they go to hand it off up the middle and completely blown up for a 4-yard loss, being tackled at the original line of scrimmage to start this drive.
Quick 3 and out here, and we are still tied at 0-0. Texas putting off to the Bulldogs here.
Return man not able to do anything with the return there. Brought down at the 40-yard line.
He grabbed it and got hit.
Pretty much.
That's something. Handoff up the middle. Somehow finds a hole and squeaks through it, getting 8 yards, bringing it to second down at the 48. I don't know how he got through that. He had a whole line of lineman ass right in front of him.
Get 8 yards on the carry. Brought it to second down and 2. Second down pass is complete and gets just enough to move the chains. On the other side of the 50 at the 49. First down and 10.
Handoff up the middle, gets 2 yards. Longhorns able to hold them to only 2.
Down 8 from the 48.
Renegade, I also hate this song. Run up the middle.
Stiff arming a Longhorn there to get a cunt hair away from the first down.
Yes. What's after a bushel, sir? We full on cunt hair fro, or cunt hair fro.
Perhaps.
All right. Bulldogs able to get that cunt hair and chop it down, bringing up first down at the 38 now. They are within scoring distance, whether or not they get 6.
I mean, at this point on the field, it'd still be an extremely long field goal, but
as long as they kick the ball and not hump it.
Run on first down, gets back to the line of scrimmage, bringing up second down and 10. Georgia so far not doing a whole lot in the pass game as far as anything deep down the field. They've been kind of short passes.
Yep, short little rocket passes, but their handoff game.
Second down.
Their handoff game was doing them favors up until lately.
Right. Another run on second down. Again, only gets to the line of scrimmage, bringing up third down and 10.
Long third down conversion here, or opportunity at least. Dropping back to pass. Batted down by the Longhorns defender here, and the Georgia Bulldogs should be looking for 3 here. They are lined up for the punt. Kick is up. And it is good. Georgia takes the lead by putting 3 on the board. Longhorns will have a second opportunity here on offense.
Long 55-yard field goal that goes right down the middle.
I was kind of hoping he'd miss it.
I'm okay with him making it, to be honest. But
I
nonetheless,
am a Husker fan, diehard Husker fan, but good golly, Miss Molly, I'd love to see Texas beat the shit out of Georgia. Both in this game and this Saturday.
kick return gets up to the 14-yard line where he's brought down. Texas looking to do a little better on this drive as opposed to their first possession.
Yeah, let's hope they have more than 3 downs this time. Big pass up the middle.
The wide receiver gets a huge chunk of yardage, brought down at the 36-yard line, and that will move the chains.
An explosive start to their second possession here.
Bulldogs unable to wrangle the Longhorns on that pass.
Yep, they're just nipping at the Longhorns' heels right there.
Well, no, they didn't nip at their heels. That's what they would do to wrangle them.
Traditionally, Bulldogs are not herding dogs, from my understanding.
But they got their name because they were used to wrangle bulls.
Oh. But this is the Texas Longhorns, not the Texas Bulls.
A Longhorn is still a bull, sir.
No, he's named Bevo.
He's still a bull.
No.
Anywho, the
No.
run there did move the chains. Crosses the 50-yard line at the 47. Bring up another first down and 10 for the Longhorns.
I think it's pretty safe to say their offense has kind of woken up.
Yeah, they are a little woke.
They are woketh.
Pass to the outside is complete. Gets 5 yards on the completion. Shut the fuck up with your damn song.
That was rude.
Second down and 5 from the 42. Play action pass is complete over the middle. And again, moving the chains, brought down at the 31-yard line.
Longhorns going for the handoff up the right-hand side, able to find a big gap and run right through it. Yes, he found the largest gap.
Did.
Massive gap.
Brought down inside the 10 at the 9-yard line, bringing up first and goal for the Longhorns.
The gappiest of all gaps.
Another handoff to the outside, and breaks free of a tackle and scores the first touchdown of the game.
Well, that is exactly what I want to see come Saturday. Longhorns getting the lead and hopefully keeping it. Longhorns will attempt an extra point here. Kicks up. Kick is good. Texas taking the lead here as we get close to winding up the first quarter. Deep kick. And Georgia's going to pull it try to bring it forward, only able to get to the 12-yard line.
Not the best of returns there.
He definitely wanted more on that, that's for sure.
We're going to look him to pass here. Pass is complete, only getting 3 yards on the completion. He's up 2nd down and 7 from the 15. Hand off to the outside.
He is able to get just enough for the first down there. So Georgia having another first down at the 22-yard line. Takes a handoff there. Huge pass up the middle is complete, and they bring it all the way to the Texas 40-yard line. Bulldogs looking to clap back.
Yeah.
That was a rocket pass. Really far. That was a red rocket pass.
Yeah. First down and 10 from the 40 now. Quick pass to the outside is complete. Does only pick up 2 yards on the completion. Brings up 2nd down and 8 from the 38-yard line.
Yeah, we are drawing to the close of the first quarter. Let's see if we're going to get one more play here.
And they do not snap the ball here, so that is the end of the first quarter. Texas up 7-3 over the Georgia Bulldogs.
So far, precursors to a legendary fight here, sir.
Right. Pretty even as far as rushing there.
Absolutely, only 2 yards difference.
However, the biggest difference in that is Texas running back has 30 yards rushing, but 22 of that came from one play.
Fair enough. I'd like to see the passing stats. Georgia is killing it here with the pass game.
Yeah, they're starting to move starting to throw it a little bit deeper here.
One might say they are throwing their balls deep.
I mean, not very. I mean,
Right.
kind of a mid-stroke at this point.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a red rocket. Bulldogs getting up to the line of scrimmage on that first down there.
Brings up 2nd down and 10 from the 25-yard line.
Fakes the handoff, going for a
Pass is picked off by Texas.
That is not the kind of red rocket he wanted to throw.
Texas with a bend but don't break defense there, getting the interception, forcing the turnover. Longhorns bombarding our cameraman there on the field.
Absolutely.
Seemed a bit aggressive.
Right. I don't know what rock song was playing in their heads, but they dug the fuck out of it.
Right. After the interception, we got first down and 10 from the 19-yard line. Hand off to the outside. Not going anywhere. Does manage to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Longhorns are going to have to do a little bit better than that if they want to capitalize on the turnover there.
Right. Probably should have started off with a pass there. Sudden change situation.
Yeah.
Quick with a long pass.
See what they do here. Looking like
Handoff
up the middle.
Does pick up 7 yards on the 2nd down run. Brought down at the 26, bringing up 3rd and 3.
Should be an easy to make 3rd down conversion here.
You would think.
Perhaps I have too much faith in the Longhorns, but we'll see.
Outside run.
Is
Spins off the
able-
tackle and gets just enough to move the chains. Right down at the 29-yard line. First and 10 now for the Longhorns. Able to keep their drive alive with the nice stretch there from the running back to get just enough for that first down.
Hand off over
First
the
down run
middle.
play gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
Yeah, the opening that he was aiming for closed up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Georgia defense had a good eye. Their head was on a swivel that play.
Yes, they clinched that hole pretty
Yes, they did. They tightened that
well. Deep
sphincter.
ball here from Texas.
It's good,
complete,
and he is
gone.
fucking gone, ladies and gentlemen. Texas able to capitalize on their interception here, scoring the second of only 2 touchdowns of this game so far. Isaiah Bond, with that reception and touchdown there.
Texas able to hit the run pass option there for a deep pass and completion for the touchdown there.
Absolutely. They're looking to put these Bulldogs down today. Kick is up. It's good, ladies and gentlemen. It is an 11-point ball game. Texas with the lead, 14 to the Bulldogs' measly 3. Deep kick here.
Turned about the 4-yard line, does get up to the 21 where he's brought down. That's where Georgia will begin their next drive here. Going to shake off the interception from the last drive. They were making great progress up until that interception happened. A deep pass here over the middle is complete for a good chunk of yardage. Brought down at the 42-yard line. That would move the chains.
Yeah, it was a play very similar to the one we just watched where they threw it directly into a Longhorns defender. See if the Texas Longhorns can get lucky, pull away another interception here.
The pass
Huge
sideline
pass
is
there.
complete on the sideline.
He was inbounds by a cunt hair.
Yes. Able to drag a toe there just enough to get that reception.
I don't even think it was a toe. I think it was the tip of his cleat.
Goes across the 50-yard line at the 40. And we got first and 10.
Again,
Another
Georgia
pass.
going for the deep
Looking for
ball
the deep
here.
ball. Has a guy open in the back of the end zone, but it is knocked away by the Texas corner at the very last second. Quarterback might have put a little too much air into that ball, like the receiver had to wait for it.
There's too much red on that rocket. I can only assume they're going to do it again here.
Pass is complete. That is enough to move the chains again for Georgia. So far, all passes on this drive.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the pass stats. Bulldogs.
First handoff to the outside doesn't go anywhere. There is a flag down on the play. Let's see what the flag is here.
Holding.
Georgia's called for holding.
So they
They
will.
did get back to the line of scrimmage, but with the penalty, that will move them back 10 yards, and they will redo first down at first and 20 now.
First and a damn mile. Handoff.
To the outside
Nobody.
where there's nobody there for Texas. Finally able to bring him down at the 22-yard line. Picks up a huge gain on the run. 17-yard run.
I think that's the best run play we've seen the Bulldogs make yet.
Mm-hmm. Second down and 3 now from the 22 for Georgia. Goes with the sweep there where there is no Texas defenders. Finally brought down inside the 5 at the 4. Georgia
Eating up a lot of the field with each play they run or pass here.
It looked like Texas was not expecting the sweep there.
Yeah, there's
some misdirection gets Texas all
confuzzled.
Right. However,
John Bradshaw Layfield would be proud yet again with that clothesline from out.
Either that or Goldberg. I mean, that was very Spear-esque.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Goldberg, Roman Reigns, whoever the fuck else uses that move.
The 4-yard loss, which brings up 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line now.
Going for another handoff.
Right up the middle, and barrels through the...
There was a plethora of Longhorns right in front of him, and somehow...
barrels through him and falls over the goal line there to get the touchdown for Georgia.
Right.
Not sure why the Texas mascot is dancing after that play, but...
Yeah.
Maybe he's changed sides. I don't know.
It seems
like a very bad time to be dancing after your defense just gave up a touchdown.
Right. The mascot's a traitor. He's a traitor. Kick is up. It is good. It is now a 4-point game. Texas still with the lead, 14-10.
Closing the gap here. A little over halfway through the second quarter here.
He definitely made strides to plug this gap here.
Very deep kick here from Georgia. Texas will just take the knee, take the touchback, getting up to the 25-yard line to start this drive.
Absolutely. Decent field position with that decision. Handoff up the middle.
Not able to break free of the tackle. Gets 5 yards on the carry. Shut up. Brought down at the 30-yard line. I still heard you, sir.
I was humming.
Humming, speaking, it's all the fucking same.
Lord. And off to the outside here. Texas
doesn't quite get the block he needs to spring him for that first down.
However,
they pick up 3 yards, bringing up 3rd and 2 from the 33 with 6 minutes to go here in the second quarter.
They're able to keep running for about 4 to 6, 8 yards per run, and this conversion should be fairly easy, which it is. Make a quick work of it here. Just slid right past the Georgia defense, right on up to the 47-yard line. And the chains will move.
Texas staying on the ground there with the run, even though it looked like Georgia had 8 people in the box and set pressure. Able to power through there. Pass on first down, gets 2 yards on the completion. Down at the 49-yard line, bringing up 2nd down and 8.
Longhorns definitely wanted a few more than 2.
Absolutely.
Preferably 5 so I can serenade you again.
On 2nd down, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Bringing up 3rd down and 8 from the 49.
Yep, no gain there, but also no loss.
Right. Just decides to come out with on this play here for 3rd down and 8. Bringing some pressure.
Is complete for the first down, plus about 15 or so. Finally brought down at the 28-yard line. keeping the drive alive is Texas.
Job by the Texas offense there to pick up the blitzing linebackers, giving the quarterback enough time to complete the pass over the middle there to the wide receiver.
Longhorns looking to increase the score gap to 11 again.
Outside run gets blown up in the backfield, losing 1 yard, brought down to the 30-yard line. It's second and long here for the Longhorns.
It's kind of fitting. Second and long for the Longhorns.
Right.
But previous plays have anything to say about this, it should be nothing for them. It's 3rd and 7 here after a 4-yard gain on that handoff. A little more than what they'd want to have to deal with for a third down conversion, but
Absolutely. If they decide to snap it here before the 2-minute warning, they will not.
they're going to use that 2-minute warning to get a little bit of strategization down here, I believe.
Right. Two-minute warning. Got 3rd and 7 from the 26-yard line.
Dropping back to pass here.
Pass is knocked away by the defender there at the very last second, diving to knock it down. It was at 4th and 7 from the 26. Looks like Texas will have to settle for a field goal here on this drive.
Yeah, unfortunately, but that's all right. That makes it. That'll make it a
7-point ball game.
7-point game.
Field goal was up and good for Texas. That will extend their lead to 7 points.
Little closer than I would like to see. I would like Texas to have more than a 7-point lead. Preferably a 9-point lead, to make Georgia have to work at it. But they are 1 touchdown away from tying this thing up, and they have a minute and 51 seconds to do it before half.
Gets up to the 19-yard line. That's where Georgia will start this particular drive. Pass is completed with the pressure there on the quarterback for 4 yards. Brings up 2nd down and 6 from the 24. Georgia's going to be looking to use a good 2-minute offense here.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of no huddle.
Yeah.
Both teams with all of their timeouts. Georgia
And
quarterback under pressure and brought down with a sack.
that'll be the Longhorns' second on the day, if I do believe so, or if I am correct.
7-yard loss on the play there brings it up to 3rd and 13 from the 17.
Oh, and the Longhorns did take a timeout, I do believe.
Yes, they did. They did call timeout to stop the clock. Looks like they will take another one here.
Is there some kind of strategy to this? They get the ball at half, don't they?
Right, but that's going to keep time on the clock so that they can potentially go back down and score again before the half to extend their lead.
Fair enough. So the Longhorns
catch at the 34, where Texas will attempt to put some more points on the board here before the half. Breaks free of a tackle on the pass. And that will move the chains here for Texas. Brought down at the 46-yard line.
153 yards passing for the Texas quarterback, Quinn Sewers.
Just under a minute to go here in the first half. Another pass is complete.
Definitely want to yard more than that. On that one.
Brought down right at the midfield stripe. Brings up 2nd down and 6. And the clock is still rolling here.
Yeah, the Longhorns got another timeout, and I suppose they're just banking it for here in about 30 seconds. Huge pass is complete, and wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
And Texas does exactly what they wanted to do there, getting a late touchdown here.
Beautiful.
To extend their lead to, with an extra point made, to a 14-point lead, a 2-possession game.
Isaiah Bond, yet again. Definitely a receiver to watch in real life, too. I love watching him.
Getting the score with 29 seconds left in the first half here.
Lining up for the extra point, make it a 2-touchdown game here.
And the extra point is up and good.
Longhorns
Three-play drive there.
Longhorns with a healthy lead here late in this first half here. Georgia is going to get a little less than 30 seconds here to do something before Texas gets the ball again.
Man returns it from the 4, gets up to the 16, where Georgia will begin their next drive here with 26 seconds left. They do still have all 3 of their timeouts.
Looking for the deep passes here.
Pass is picked off by
Texas, and he's running back.
Ends up running into the grass of his linebacker there, but did get a decent return up to the 22-yard line. They are already in field goal position.
Yeah.
They still have 1 timeout, so they could run a couple plays, try to get as close as they can, potentially score another touchdown if possible. Or
that would be ideal, but
they are already in field goal range.
But hell, I'll take 3 more points.
Outside pass is complete, brought down at the 15 for a 6-yard gain. Looks like Texas is going to run this clock down a little bit.
Nope.
Take a timeout.
Timeout with 4 on the clock.
Take the timeout with 4 seconds left, where they are going to line up for the field goal to extend the lead.
Bert,
17.
Yes. Bert Auburn here, the kicker for the Longhorns.
Field goal is up and good.
Good Lord, Renegade, I got a boner watching this Texas offense right now. Got about 92,000 Longhorn fans here in this stadium that are absolutely ecstatic to see this score going into half.
Late first half scores here. Getting 10 points in the last minute of the ball game. That will be the end of the first half.
Yeah, Georgia making crucial mistakes, giving up 2 passes to Texas that have both resulted in 6 points.
Isaiah Bond here with 146 yards receiving, 4 catches, 4 targets, and 2 touchdowns. Not having a bad first half so far in this game.
He's definitely putting on a clinic. But what do you expect? It's Bond. Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, we get that.
Yeah.
We can stop with the James Bond reference.
You want me to just call him number 007?
No, he's number 7. He only has 1 digit on his jersey, not 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, my cohort on commentary here is grumpy. Wart.
Texas with the ball to start the second half. We'll start their first drive from the 22 with a handoff up the middle, good for only a yard. They up second down and 9 from the 23.
They can keep the momentum going that they had in the first half, namely the second quarter. The Lord is going to be a big point deficit.
Working with everybody up at the line here.
And even with everybody up at the line, the running back there able to squeak right past them and pass the line to gain for a first down.
Absolutely.
So if you're Texas right now, Renegade, and you got this big of a lead, would you kind of switch up your play tactics, maybe go with the slow, methodical, or you just want to keep ramming it down the throat?
Me being a competitive football person that I am, I'm going for the jugular if I'm Texas.
So you're going for the throat fuck. Gotcha.
Yeah, I am putting my foot on the gas, and I'm not letting up. I'm looking to destroy them at this point if I'm Texas. I'm not going to ease up and start taking it easy on them. Pass is incomplete there on the deep ball.
Bulldogs with some good coverage there on the receiver.
After the incompletion, we got 3rd and 4 from the 41.
I think I'm going to have to disagree. I think if it were me, I would want to slowly make my way down the field, hold on to the ball as long as possible. Because Georgia can't score if they're not.
I go with what I say simply for the fact that I have watched enough football to see where teams have had a big lead like this and decide to kind of ease up, and it has come to bite them in the ass, and they have given up that huge lead and
that is
losing the game.
A risk. Yes, that is definitely a risk.
But I'm also a very competitive person, so I'm looking to destroy and dominate my opponent when it comes to a football game or many other sports.
Fair enough. Georgia Bulldogs able to get exactly enough to move the chains there. 1st and 10 from the 37. Another pass up the middle.
It's 8 yards on the completion.
That receiver has 5 catches for 61 yards.
Yes.
Longhorns defense needs to kind of figure out how they can cause some incomplete passes here. Or, just
down run
over.
Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. Blitzing linebacker able to make a huge stop. Stopping them for no gain.
And ruthless physicality also works too.
Yes. Usually my approach. Georgia going with the hard count there. Does get the defensive tackle to jump off side. That will give them the automatic first down.
They are very, very sneaky.
5-yard penalty brings up 1st and 10 now from the 49-yard line for Georgia, going with the play action fake. Deep pass is complete. Brought down at the 30. Where Georgia will move the chains yet again.
Looks like they got a fire lit under their ass this half.
Definitely looks like they're trying to be a little more aggressive with their play calls here.
Absolutely. They got a lot of ground to make up.
Quarterback does have 2 interceptions on the day, so I'm sure that's playing a part of that. Under pressure there with the pass, isn't able to complete it to the wide receiver, who gets 8 yards on the reception.
Longhorns defense brought the pressure, made him find a target and throw it real fast there.
2nd down and 2 from the 21 now.
Dropping back to pass, again to the side.
The wide receiver is complete, and that is enough to move the chains. Brought down at the 17-yard line.
They are in the red zone.
Not sure why the Georgia wide receiver is trying to talk any sort of shit right now. It's down 17 points.
Right.
Not real sure that you're in a position of
right
being able to talk some shit, but here we are.
I know when I'm getting a
Georgia
butthole
with
stomped in me, I don't
A
take
very
it.
similar play that we saw Texas do earlier.
Getting 5 on it.
Does get 5 yards.
Georgia just a mere 12 yards from their first touchdown? Second touchdown? I couldn't remember if they had a couple field goals there. Georgia, handoff up the middle, runs into his own lineman.
1 yard on the carry.
Not able to squeak by this time.
He's up 3rd and 4 from the 11-yard line.
Longhorns almost went off sides there. Deep pass in for the touchdown.
Is able to complete the pass to the wide receiver in the back of the end zone.
Bulldogs lessening the gap by 7 points here.
Finally able to answer back after giving up 17 for
Giving up 14 points with interceptions. Ladies and gentlemen, my cohort is deep in thought. I think his brain may have farted. Extra point is up and good. 5-minute drive, 9 plays, 68
Georgia
yards.
had given up 10 unanswered points prior to them finally scoring on this one. They finally stopped the unanswered scoring there from Texas.
This is basically wound care for the Bulldogs right now. Trying to stop the bleeding that
They lower the lead here to a 10-point lead. Texas looking to get that lead back up to the 17 at least.
Yep, they definitely want to clap back.
Complete to the tight end. Finally brought down on the Georgia side of the 50-yard line at the 47.
And just like that, zippity boppity boop, we are in Bulldog territory. Holy crap.
No one went with the tight end there on the coverage, so very much a broken coverage assignment there.
Yes, missed assignment there, and he was able to bop past the 50. Longhorns looking to butt out a do-bop into the end zone here.
Run on first down does get stopped in the backfield for a 1-yard loss. Makes it 2nd down and 11 from the 47.
Unfortunately, that is the wrong direction.
Right.
Going for the handoff up the middle, able to make up that lost yard and then gain another. Still not exactly what they wanted off of that. It's 3rd down and quite long to convert here.
9
9 to go.
9 from the 45 for Texas.
Dropping back to pass. It's good,
Wide
and
open
he's
running back on
gone.
the sideline, in for a touchdown.
Longhorns with the clap back, bringing it back to a 17-point lead.
No one going with the running back on that pass play there. Runs right past all of the Georgia defense there.
Another missed blocking assignment, I believe.
Extra point is up and good.
34 the Longhorns have to the Bulldogs' measly 17. I gotta say, Renegade, I kind of expected this to be a little bit closer of a battle.
You and me both, sir. The deep kick here from Texas is brought out of the end zone. But only manages to get to the 14-yard line.
I don't normally root for the Longhorns, but on Saturday when they go against the Bulldogs for real, I will be rooting for them.
The pass to the wide receiver on the outside is complete. He does get 5 yards on the completion, making it 2nd down and 5 from the 19-yard line.
I think the Loonies might have something to say about that play, sir.
The Loonies go watch their cartoons. Shush.
Got 5 on it, 5 on it. Handoff up the middle here as I annoy the shit out of my cohort. Gets 2 more.
Making it 3rd down and 3 from the 21.
Longhorns defense looking to stop this 3rd down conversion here. Force a punt. Unfortunately,
big hit on the wide receiver, but it did manage to hang on to it through the contact. And that does move the chains for Georgia.
that it does. Bulldogs able to keep the drive alive just barely. Maybe a half a foot at most.
1st down and 10 from the 25. Another handoff to the outside. Picks up 2 yards on the carry.
Renegade, I fucking hate this song.
There is that.
This song blows my balls like the balls.
2nd down and 8 from the 28.
Going for the handoff up the right side.
Picks up another yard, bringing it to 3rd and 7 from the 29.
Yeah, they were, again, hoping for more than that, but
We're going with a run-heavy offense so far in this drive.
I would too after throwing 2 interceptions.
Goes for the pass, and does manage to complete it to the wide receiver on the sideline.
He was able to hold on to it through that. Lord.
1st and 10 now from the Texas side of the 50 at the 49.
And it never fails. You mentioned how they're run heavy and then they throw a monster pass like that.
Well, their passing is what got them the touchdown the last drive, so
Fair enough.
I would think that they would want to stick with the pass game a little bit here. Another pass is complete on the outside, gets 8 yards on the reception. Brought down at 41, bringing up 2nd and 2. Just over a minute and a half to go here in the 3rd quarter. Georgia needing to score some touchdowns to close this gap and hope that their defense can get a stop here. Going with the option, does manage to get the pitch off to the running back.
However, there's some dirty laundry.
1st down, but there is a flag down. It looks like Georgia is going to be called for holding. That's going to negate the big play there on offense, making it 2nd down and 12 from their side of the 50 now at the 49.
Yeah, that's not the direction you want to go, Bulldogs.
Able to break free of a tackle there.
It's 3rd down yet again for Georgia. This time a little more manageable.
Picks up 8 yards on that catch, making it like you said, a little more manageable on 3rd down with 3rd and 4.
Still not ideal, but easier than 7 yards. Dropping back to pass. Going deep is complete. Finally brought down.
Contact, brought down for 20.
Georgia in the red zone again. The red rocket zone. They're looking to drive it deep.
That will bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter with Texas up by 17.
Yeah, just 15 minutes for Georgia to make up 17
Looking at some
points.
passing stats here at the end of the quarter, you can see that the passing numbers are pretty similar, except for the
Longhorns
big one
have
with
the
the
edge.
2 turnovers.
Longhorns have the edge. After the first half, I figured the Bulldogs would be leading that stat.
It's 2 yards on the first down run to the outside, bringing up second down and 8 now from the 18.
Longhorns looking to hold Georgia to a field goal here. Dropping back to pass.
Good blocking there from the Georgia offensive line. They give the quarterback time to throw that pass, and that is enough to move the chains.
First and goal. 10 yards to go before Georgia closes the gap a little bit.
Laying some leather down on some of these hits, and Georgia able to hang on to the ball through these contacts. Run to the outside, finally met by a Texas defender at the 1 yard line.
9 yards, that running back was uncontested.
Second down and goal now from the 1 yard line for the Bulldogs. And that is a touchdown for the Bulldogs, closing the gap yet again.
After the extra point, it will be a 10-point game?
10-point ball game if they can make the extra point here.
Early in the fourth quarter. Still plenty of time for some crazy shit to happen.
Right. Running back for Georgia going into the end zone there, untouched by a Texas defender.
Bulldogs with the extra point here. It is up and good. 13 plays for 87 yards there. And I believe it was just over 7 minutes worth of
7 minutes and 40 seconds there of the drive. So long drive there.
Yep. Bulldogs looking to get the ball back quick. Because, they need to drive.
Georgia's defense
they need to score.
Definitely needs to come up with a stop here.
Yes, they do. And
that is the
one way to do it.
Gets them for a 3-yard loss on the first down run from Texas. Linebacker comes in on a blitz there, unblocked. Makes it second down and 13 from the 14-yard line.
Going for another handoff.
Able to squeak his way forward.
Didn't get much on it, but
picked up 4, making it third down and 9 from the 18-yard line now. Certainly would have liked to have gotten a few more yards on that, to make it a little easier on third down, but here we are.
But Texas has had a red letter pass game.
Falls incomplete with great coverage there.
Right when I say it, too, right when I compliment them on it, they go and fuck it up.
Georgia there with great coverage, making the pass fall incomplete, bringing up a punt situation for Texas, which we haven't seen a lot of from Texas in this game.
Right. Georgia doing exactly what they needed to do, a quick 3 and out here to get the ball back in their possession.
It's a fair catch at the 39 where Georgia will begin their next drive here. Said trying to definitely answer with another score here on this possession.
Get shit rocked after a gain of 7.
7 yards on the completion, knocked down at the 46-yard line. Again, Texas putting some big hits on these wide receivers in open field.
Yes.
Trying to create some more turnovers here. Fortunately, unsuccessful thus far. It looks like Texas called for another offsides, and that will give Georgia yet again a first down.
Georgia being very, very sneaky again.
Yes. Going with that hard count. One thing that drives me nuts is defensive linemen not looking at the ball that's right in front of them.
Right.
Instead, listening to the cadence of the quarterback and being drawn off sides.
Yeah, definitely hurts
Pass is
Texas.
complete and fights his way forward to get just enough for the first down and moving the chains yet again.
Here's dragging some defenders along with him across the line to gain.
Pass was completed to the running back there and keeps his legs churning, driving forward. Does get just a yard past the line of scrimmage there.
Big pass here is complete.
And
that's
in for a touchdown. Georgia answering quickly here.
Yeah, they are, and there's not a butthole in this stadium that isn't puckered right now.
They make this extra point. That does close the gap to within 3 points.
Again, I'm not much of a Longhorns fan, but when you have a 17-point lead at half, and then here with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, it is now down to a 4-point lead, soon to be a 3-point lead.
This is where I had mentioned. I go back to our previous conversation about going for the jugular. Texas did not.
Well,
they have not really, and this is where we're at. We're now down to a one possession ball game. If Georgia can get another stop here, puts out 3 points or puts up 7.
Well, if the Longhorns wouldn't have shit the bed,
back.
If the Longhorns wouldn't have shit the bed their last possession, maybe we'd be having a different talk right now.
Texas definitely needing to get an answer here on offense. Bringing the blitz is Georgia, and that is a sack for 6 yards.
Bulldogs.
Bringing up 2nd down and 16 from the 19-yard line.
Mascot there with the double and triple chin.
Linebacker comes on the blitz, and the running back did not see him coming, and
missed block, I believe.
That definitely should have been the running back's man there on the blitz. Didn't see the blitzing linebacker. It was a delayed blitz.
Fundamental mistakes here are going to cost the Longhorns late in this game.
2nd down and long now for the Longhorns. Another play action. Pass to the outside is complete. Able to get the 6 yards back, bringing it to 3rd down and 10 from the 25.
I will not jinx the Longhorns offense this time. I will keep my mouth quiet about their pass game.
Probably for the better, certainly.
Right.
3rd down and 10. Texas looking to pass again. Throws a deep pass. Receiver has to stop and come back for it, and it's almost picked off by the Georgia Bulldogs corner. Instead, it does fall incomplete, and that will bring up another punt here for Texas.
Is that another 3-and-out?
Yeah. That was a 3-and-out. That's back-to-back 3-and-outs for Texas.
All right, at this point, their defense, the Longhorns' defense, is not only shit the entire bed, they shit the hotel room.
They did not take the fair catch there. Didn't get a whole lot on the return. Brought down to 34, where they will begin their next drive to either tie this game or take the lead. Run on 1st down gets 3 yards. Brought down at the 37-yard line.
It looked like that defender gave that Georgia Bulldog a bulldog.
Yes. A what for, if you will.
Yes.
2nd down and 7. Quick pass to the outside is complete.
However, nothing gained, nothing lost.
Does not get any yardage on the completion. And we got 3rd down and 7 from the 38-yard line.
The Longhorns pretty much need to stop right here.
Yeah, they definitely need to stop here on 3rd down late in the game. And there is that stop. Only giving up 5 yards, but that is 4th and 2 from the 42.
If I'm the Bulldogs, I'm going for this.
I would probably go for it here in this situation. You're pretty close to the 50-yard line. Unfortunately, we are wrong. They are going to punt it here.
Nobody ever said dogs are smart.
Texas not taking the fair catch, is able to return it to get a few yards up to the 15. Texas definitely needing to put something together here on offense.
Absolutely.
Having punted the last two possessions.
Pass to the
This complete
outside.
gets 6 yards before being driven out of bounds at the 22-yard line.
Did break one tackle.
Yes, he did break one. Needed to break a couple more, though.
Yes,
Right.
that he did. But hey, we're at second down, and they only have 4 more to go before they move the chains. That's a lot better than 3 and 10 like it was last time.
Second down and 4. Another quick pass to the outside is complete. And the receiver jukes a couple of defenders out of their boots and does move the chains for Texas. Finally, a first down.
It's like a fire been started on the offensive.
Their first down in 2 possessions.
Yeah. Yes.
First down and 10 from the 31.
Longhorns hoping to clean up the shit that they put in the
Play
bag.
action fake. Completed to the tight end on the sideline, but he steps out of bounds
At the line of scrimmage.
at the line of scrimmage, so nothing gained there. Second down and 10 now from the 31.
Fakes a handoff. Another pass to the outside. Gets the first down plus 2 or 3. Finally brought down at the 44.
Chains again here is Texas.
This is kind of what they needed to do the last couple drives, not fucking.
First down and 10 now from the 44 for Texas. Pass again here.
And all day in the world
Complete to the
throw it.
outside. And then finally brought down at the 28-yard line. Texas quarterback is up to 352 yards passing for the day.
Lord. They are within field goal range, Renegade.
That they are. Got just over 4 minutes to go here in the game. Texas does have a 3-point lead, looking to extend that by a bit here.
Touchdown is ideal.
Looks like this could be a free play for Texas. Pass is complete. It looked like they did get Georgia to jump off sides on that play, so they more than likely are going to decline this.
Yep,
They're going to take the yardage gain.
absolutely.
That'll be first and 10 from the 14. Jet pass here to the outside.
Able to get 6 yards.
Brought down inside the 10 at the 8-yard line. Brings up second down and 4. Just over 3.5 to go.
Texas looking to create some breathing room for
See if we can
themselves.
get one more block there on the outside to be able to move those chains. Instead, it's 3rd and 1 now from 5.
Well, they need to get at least a single yard.
A singular yard, yes.
5 would be great. If they got 5 on it, it'd be awesome.
Cool now.
Yes.
Texas looking
Absolutely.
to chew up some clock here.
They're
Ends up
trying-
bringing a late motion and can't get the ball off in time. That'll be a delay of game on Texas. That'll move them back 5 yards, making it 3rd and 6 now from the 10.
Fingers crossed that doesn't bite them in the ass.
Pass complete to the outside, gets up to the 9-yard line. Only
So-
getting a yard.
Looks
Makes it
like
4th and 5 from the 9 now.
looks like they're gonna have to settle for 3 here.
If they run a play here before the 2-minute warning, they do not.
No, they're gonna use this quick breather to strategize again, I do believe.
Absolutely. Making a 6-point ball game.
A wonderful drive right up until they got to about the 10-yard line.
Delay a game might have hurt him a little bit there. Quarterback waiting a little too long to send the guy in motion there, and that cost him 5 yards.
Yep.
He did make the field goal, so that will extend the lead to 6.
I do believe that
they can't be beat with a field goal. If Georgia scores here on this possession, they would have to score a touchdown and make the extra point to take the lead by 1.
the penalty on Texas, I think, absolutely was the difference between putting 6 on the board or the 3 that they ended up getting.
Sherman does get up to the 13-yard line where Georgia will begin their drive. Both teams with all of their timeouts here. Passes complete to the running back.
Spear!
Tackled after a gain of 3 yards on the reception.
It was either a spear or back body drop. Either way, defender fucked him up.
It's 2nd and 7 now from the 16-yard line. Just over a minute and a half to go here in the game. Georgia quarterback under pressure is brought down with a 7-yard loss with a sack. Making it 3rd and 14 from the 8-yard line. I believe is Texas's 3rd sack in the game.
Yes.
Yet again, another game where I just watched a defensive end go in untouched where he makes the sack. Throws it away in that situation. Exactly a minute to go in the game.
Quick 3 and out there for
4th and 14 now from the 8-yard line. Georgia almost has to go for it here.
Yeah.
Really don't have a choice in the matter.
They are gonna go for it.
This is ball game here.
Yes.
See if Georgia can make the first down. Pass is complete. A wide open wide receiver. Where he breaks a tackle, breaks another one,
going,
and scores a touchdown on a 4th and 14. Texas with some terrible tackling there towards the end.
It is a tie ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
Certainly not what Texas wanted to do in that situation. A tight end able to beat the defensive backs of Texas to score a touchdown.
Got a stadium here full of Longhorn fans that are going to go home crying.
That was a 92-yard touchdown pass for Georgia. That leaves 49 seconds left.
I will say this is the kind of game I figured it was going to be the whole time. Yeah.
The extra point being made does give Georgia their first lead of this game.
Yes.
With 49 seconds left. 38-37. Deep kickoff there from Georgia. Texas will take the lead, bring it up to the 25.
We're going to be
Texas is
looking out for some very deep pass plays here.
Under pressure. Can't get rid of it, and that will be a sack.
5th one of the day, the 2nd one for the Bulldogs.
Texas takes a timeout, makes it 2nd down and 20 now from the 15-yard line with 44 seconds to go. Pass is underthrown, bounces off the defender's shoulder, incomplete. That'll make it 3rd down and 20 now from the 15 with 39 seconds to go.
Texas looking great through quarters 1, 2, and 3. Absolutely shitting the bed here in quarter 4.
Falling apart here in the 4th.
Yeah, they are.
Will make it, does get a decent chunk of yardage there on the completion. Does make it 4th down and 6 from the 29 with clock still running with 20 seconds to go.
Just about to say I'm a little bamboozled. That's why they didn't take one of their timeouts there.
Texas looking to go for it here on 4th and 6 now.
They have to.
Using up a lot of clock.
I don't know why. They had plenty of
under
touchdowns.
pressure is complete to the wide receiver, where Texas will take their second timeout. I think they only have 4 seconds left, having to go 54 yards now for a touchdown. They have to score a touchdown.
They have to. Huge Hail Mary
pass. There is 2 Texas receivers, and neither one can come up with it. And that is ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
The Georgia Bulldogs able to come out with the dub, 38-37, after having a 17-point deficit in the score. We're down.
Ends the day with 8 catches, 182 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
They were down 2 full touchdowns and a field goal at one point. And then
this is again where I mentioned
bed.
Texas not going for the jugular, coming out in the second half, playing it conservative, and it bit them in the ass and losing by 1 point.
Huge upset here. All right, Renegade, hit us with them stats you've been writing down.
So looking at these stats here, Georgia does come out on top in the first downs category, and getting 23 first downs to Texas's 19. Georgia also came out on top in total offense with 499 yards of total offense to Texas's 491. Running game did go to Texas today with 25 carries, 84 yards, 1 touchdown, averaging 3.4 yards per carry. Georgia not too far behind them in the rushing category with 27 carries, 77 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns, averaging 2.9 yards per carry. So pretty evenly matched there in the rushing category.
I was going to say, I didn't expect it to be that neck and neck for rushing.
Well, this game ended up turning into a passing battle, and you look at the passing stats here, you can definitely see that is very clear.
Absolutely.
Georgia coming out on top in the passing, completing 31 passes on 36 attempts with 3 touchdowns, 422 yards passing, averaging 11.7 yards per pass. Whereas Texas finished the day with 25 completions on 32 attempts, 3 touchdowns, 407 yards passing, averaging 12.7 yards.
Also kind of more neck and neck than I would have thought with passing.
Right. The biggest difference here is the completion percentage for Georgia. I mean, they only missed 5 passes the entire game.
Passing
2 of those being an interception. We'll discuss that here in a little while.
Yes.
Third down conversions. This is where Texas actually fell short today. Georgia converting half of the time on third downs, 5 for 10. Whereas Texas was 4 for 11, only converting 36% of the time. They were both neck and neck in fourth down conversions, both converted at fourth down. Georgia's being the deciding factor.
Yes.
In this ball game. No one went for a 2-point conversion. Red zone. Georgia did get the edge in the red zone today. 3 touchdowns, no field goals, converting 60% of the time from the red zone. Texas not too far behind with 1 touchdown, 2 field goals, converting 50% of the time. But here we go. Here's the big bullet point for Texas's. Not Texas's loss. This wasn't their fault. Georgia able to come out on top, even though they did turn it over twice in this game.
Yeah. Not only did they turn it over twice, but both those turnovers resulted in 7 points being put on the board.
14 points.
14 total.
Looking at total yards here, Texas falling short in the total yardage category with 558 yards of total yards to Georgia's 629 yards of total offense. Georgia did come out on top in the amount of penalties. However, penalty yardage, they had the more yardage in penalties, but they only had 2 penalties for 20 yards whereas Texas had 3 penalties for 15.
They would have had another one too, but Texas declined it.
Right. Georgia does come out on top in the time of possession with 32 minutes and 58 seconds to Texas's 27 minutes and 2 seconds.
Well, for being as lopsided as it was for 75% of the game, it definitely came down to...
Well, you can see here, if you look at the box score there of our stats, you see where Texas is out to a huge lead here. But then you look in the second half,
and that was
in the
dominated
second half,
by
Texas
Georgia.
Only scores 10 points.
Yep.
In the second half.
10 points to Georgia's 28 in the second half. Hey,
so there's the big difference there.
Yep,
Georgia
they
came
were
out in the second half and just came out strong in the second half.
Yeah, even though they basically threw 14 points onto Texas's scoreboard there, they were able to make up for it, +1.
Yeah.
And they pull out the dub. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will end it here for Week 8. This is Visions 04.
Renegade 8780.
And we will see you next week for Week 9.